Um, well, lost my gavel here. Robert's rules. Okay, we're going to gavel in. It is literally 8:31. Oh, just turned to 8:32. And at this time, I would call for the invocation, and we do have a special guest here this morning. Good morning. We'll ask all to rise for the invocation. Please remain standing after the invocation, as we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America and also to our Texas flags. Welcome.
Yes, I'm going to just read some verses.
Thank you.
And then I'm going to start the supplication, okay?
Okay.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا أيها الناس اتقوا ربكم الذي خلقكم من نفس واحدة وخلق منها زوجها وبث منهما رجالا كثيرا ونساء واتقوا الله الذي تساءلون به والأرحام إن الله كان عليكم رقيبا وآتوا اليتامى أموالهم ولا تتبدلوا الخبيث بالطيب ولا تاكلوا أموالهم إلى أموالكم إنه كان حوبا كبيرا. Thank you. So in the name of Allah, in the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, all praise is due to God. We praise Him and we seek His help. We seek His forgiveness. We seek refuge in Him from the evil within ourselves and our evil deeds. Whomsoever God guides will never be led astray. And whomsoever God leaves astray, no one can guide. I bear witness that there is no God except Him. And I bear witness that Muhammad, Jesus, Moses, Ibrahim are messengers of God. So we ask God to bless this gathering. We ask Him to protect us. O God, we ask You to exalt our fame, lighten our burden, purify our heart, and forgive our sins, and reward us with a high rank in the gardens. Bless us in our sights, in our hearing, in our bodies, in our lives, and our family, and work. O God, accept our deeds and accept our wishes. O God, we ask You, we seek refuge in You against difficulties, calamities, troubles, oppressions, and problems. O God, You are our Lord. There is none worthy of worship but You. You created us. We keep Your covenant and our pledge to You so far as we are able. We seek refuge in You from the evil of we have done. We admit to Your blessings upon us. We admit to our misdeeds. Forgive us, for there is none who may forgive sins but You. We pray We pray to God in heavens alone, asking Him for love to keep us safe and warm, to keep us away from harm. Amen. Thank you.
At this time for the clerk, as I said, it was 8:32 when we started. We're here at Nueces County Commissioner's Courtroom at Nueces County Courthouse. It's May 11th, 2022. As the presiding officer, I have certified that all commissioners are present and therefore a quorum has been established. At this time, I'll look for announcement on disclosure of conflicts of interest. These are any conflicts of interest or appearance of conflict of interest with items on this agenda shall be declared at this time. Are there any members of the court that need to declare? Okay. Seeing that I have no disclosure, I have no conflicts of interest at this time, you are always welcome if you discover later in the meeting that there is a conflict of interest, that you can disclose them at that time. The safety briefing, Rebecca, if you would give us as they say, a brief.
Yes, ma'am.
Judge,
I started
so
briefing.
we want no people here for,
Yes, sir. As soon as we do this, I'm going to get to your table.
I just want them to wait.
I understand. As soon as this
Good morning, Judge.
Yes.
Commissioners and attendees. Our safety briefing for today, May 11th, is being held in the Nueces County Commissioner's Courtroom. The restrooms are located on the right-hand side of the third-floor atrium past the Human Resources Office. There is a fire extinguisher located at the rear of the courtroom and also 5 additional fire extinguishers located throughout the atrium area. Bleed control stations are on every floor. In the event of a cardiac emergency, an AED is located on the right wall next to the Human Resources Office. Participant for today who will be responsible for dialing 911 will be Connie. In the event of evacuation, our egress route will be slowly down the atrium stairs, proceeding out the doors, and located on the left-hand side of the courthouse and assemble in the parking lot across the street. It is important to stay together. Should there be a need to shelter in place, depending upon the severity of the shelter in place, the courtroom double doors will be secured and remain secure until given further instructions from the Nueces County Sheriff's Office or other law enforcement agencies. And our guest sanitizer for the day will be Michael, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Before we move to public comment, in the interest of courtesy, it's come to our attention as we walked into the courtroom that there is a commissioner who wishes to table an item, and so that you do not have to wait to hear that table, I will consider that at this time. The item is Commissioner Gonzalez.
Is the game room item?
That's 3A1. And if you would state your reason so that they would
Well,
understand.
Judge, I think I wouldn't be able to really be truthful in what I decide because I haven't read it. I got it about 3 p.m. yesterday, and we got a lot of things we have to prepare for this meeting. And I'm not ready for it. And I think there's a couple items that I know that might probably not in there. So I'm just making a motion that we table it to the next meeting.
2 weeks. You mean till the next meeting?
The next meeting.
Second.
Okay, so the motion in the second and the call for discussion. So in case, for those of you that are online, the rationale was that we received these documents at 3 p.m. Commissioner Gonzalez has not had the time to look them over. I do want to just ask the county attorney if she believes they accurately represent all that we discussed and all the directives that were put together. If there are any new ones, maybe that would be good to bring to anybody's attention at this time.
There are no new ones in there, and with each, we provided a change log so that the changes that were voted on are highlighted for you to see in the document. It does look different formatting-wise, so I know that can be a challenge, but there are some comments that I have received from the people here for public comment that might need to go into it, but those are not into it at this point.
Okay, all right. There's a motion and a second, and all those in favor of delaying for the next 2 weeks signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I'm ready. The next item that we need to recognize is the public comment, and I have it in front of me. I need to tell you guys for housekeeping that there is a very important ceremony that's happening on the La Pon side of the Leopard side of our courthouse at our Fallen Heroes Memorial in honor of our Law Enforcement Memorial Week. And so our intention is to attend that ceremony and to take a recess at 9 a.m. We will return here at 10 a.m. for the clerk, and I may, if we can, try to break like 5 minutes before 9 so that there's ample time for those of us that need a little extra time to make it from the third floor out to the Leopard side and find a seat to do so. I'll start this morning with J.J. de la Cerda. And Commissioner, did you want to sign up for public comment?
No, I just had a table also.
All right, I
was
think
trying to-
we could take it.
I'll wait if you want to do public comment, I'm fine.
I'll tell you what, before we
That's
go to
fine.
9,
Just
I'll
wanted
bring
to-
it back.
That's fine,
All right?
just letting you know.
Mr. de la Cerda, J.J., our court recognizes you, and you are our Veteran Service Officer. Welcome.
Morning, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here with Mr. Pat Simon from Chris 6, and we'd like to present to you a program which originated from the Veterans Roundtable radio show 2 weeks ago. About 2 weeks ago, correct? And so this is the program is called the Flag for Flag program. Essentially, what we would like to do is go out into the community, and for those that have a frayed or tattered flag, we'd like to replace that flag for free. And this is, it'll be from June the 10th. We actually just changed that. It's June the 10th through the 13th. And we'll have those days. We'll have 12 different locations throughout the Coastal Bend, not just Nueces County. Some of those locations include Clayburgh County VSO, Jim Wells County VSO, San Pat VSO. So we're going to put a list together as far as the locations to drop off and pick up a flag. And so we'd like to do that in preparation for Flag Day this year. As soon as those flags are picked up on the 13th, we will gather them, take them to the Coastal Bend State Veterans Cemetery so that we can do a flag retirement ceremony there at 10 a.m. on the 14th of June. I'll kick this over to Pat for more comments, but
Thank you.
Just wanted to introduce.
Thank you.
Thank you, JJ. Good morning, everyone. I am Pat Simon, and I am a proud veteran of the United States Army. I served 30 years. I served in combat over in Iraq in 2009, wrapped things up in 2018. So I stand before you, and I appreciate this time. JJ mentioned our Flag for a Flag program. It was kind of fun how it all came together. When we were on the radio show, and Judge, you were there, JJ was there, Dotson Lewis, our Korean War veteran and the host of the show, and also Jerry Plemons, another veteran. And we started talking about the flag retirement area at the Coastal Bend State Veterans Cemetery, and JJ had mentioned how proud he was that that has been restored out there. And so I asked him, I said, hey, JJ, do we have a flag exchange program here to where you can drop off your old tattered American flag and get a brand new flag in its place? And he says, no. And I said, well, let's talk about this. So we talked it through, as you recall. And so I said, well, why don't we call it Flag for a Flag? And everybody's like, yeah, let's do this. And so we kept talking about it. And to JJ's point earlier, that became a movement. And that's what we want it to be. Because as we know around the Coastal Bend, the environmental conditions with the windy conditions out there, and it tatters our American flags a lot faster. And so we thought, wouldn't this be a great opportunity for us to step forward, public-private partnership, Chris 6 News, along with some sponsors, Bell Furniture, and also Mike Shaw Toyota, Mike Shaw being a veteran himself from Vietnam. And so we thought, let's all get together and let's come up with something positive for our community, right? To continue to have this legacy of waving that American flag, that legacy being preserved. And in this special way to where we exchange a brand new flag for an old tattered flag. So We are on board with this program. Chris Six will provide some flags. Our sponsors will provide flags, and we're hoping that Nueces County will join in with our parent company, Scripps, with our 5013C entities and provide more flags. We're trying to go for 1,000 flags. We don't know what the need is here, but we're going to try to go for 1,000 flags this first go-round, have all those flags at the locations that JJ just mentioned, and people can show up between the 10th of June and the 13th, because Flag Day is June 14th. And before now, most people thought Flag Day was just another day. We're going to put Flag Day back on the map, okay? And so that's what we're trying to do here. We're going to make it happen, and at the end, on June 14th, a great big retirement ceremony over at the State Veterans Cemetery. And then from there, we're going to look to the next big opportunity, and that would be the 4th of July, to do this again and do it again down the road. So I thank you for your time this morning. This is a great event, and we at Chris Six are so proud to be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll move straight to Luke Barrera. Good morning, Mr. Barrera.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to address the court.
And I'm just going to ask you to get a little closer to that mic so that we can record better.
Is that better?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. My name is Luke Barrera. I'm the president of Rabelais I&E Constructors. Rabelais has been in business since 1984 and is officed in Calallen since 1985. We employ 50 office personnel and 250 field electricians. On April the 7th of this year, after 2 addendums, Rabelais submitted our bid for the Nueces County generator project. The bid was submitted via the portal provided by Nueces County. The portal lists as late as today, April the 7th, 2:25 p.m. as the bid deadline. All information on the portal lists 2:25 as the bid deadline. Rabelais' bid was submitted at 2:08 p.m. The portal is set up to not accept late bids. Since our bid was prior to 2:25, it was accepted and logged in. During the reading of the bids, however, it was determined that our submission was late and invalid. The 2 listed bidders submitted base bids of $3.2 million and $2.69 million, respectively. Rabelais' bid was...
I think I'm going to have to
Include
stop.
numbers.
County Attorney, do you think you could help out at this moment? Excuse me, Mr. Barrera, I so much want to hear you, but there are other rules at issue that I need to advise you of. Let me do this.
Just let Jenny do it.
Yeah, if you don't mind. I just want him to know, I'm very sorry for the interruption, but this is very important.
Giving out numbers like that at this point would be a violation of the process. I have spoken with Michael Robinson about this. He could not be here today, but that it would not be appropriate to have that number put out or any information about the bid at this point.
Which number put out?
I'll tell you what I'm going to do is, please continue. Please, normally during public comment, we do not engage. We just receive the comment, we listen intently, and then we try to find a way to get back to you to answer your comment. But I'm going to ask you in your interest, and I truly mean this, in your legal interest, would you yield for just a moment? I'll give you a whole new 3 minutes and you can start over again. I'd like to have the county attorney step outside with you and just advise you of certain, again, if you proceed, I'm afraid it will prejudice your interest at this point.
That's fine, ma'am. I appreciate the candor. My goal in being here was to bring this opportunity, or bring this to the forefront.
I want to hear that part. I just don't want to have the violation, because there's not been an award consummated yet, executed in final form.
Okay. I was reading numbers that were publicly read, though. That was the
I think you're about to get to yours, though.
Correct.
Yeah, and we don't have any.
Okay.
Jenny, do you think you could help me? Yes. Mr. Barrera, would it be all right, sir, if I ask you to yield at this point, and I'll promise I'll give you a cold, clean slate?
I'm good with that, ma'am.
Okay.
And I don't need to address the
Okay.
report at this time.
Thank
very
you.
much. Y'all have a
Thank
good
you
day.
so much. Ronnie Baker.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. I know that we've tabled the item that I'm here to speak on, but I want to thank all of you all for the efforts that you've made over the last several years to hear the concerns of the charities and nonprofits. This will actually give us an opportunity to send a couple of additional items from the Texas Lottery Commission that spell out a couple of things regarding amusement redemption machines. We will be forwarding that to you this week. It's been an exceptionally long journey. We still have a ways to go, but the charities, the nonprofits, all the people involved that work so tirelessly to make this community better sincerely appreciate your effort. We look forward to getting our comments for due consideration. Commissioner Gonzalez, we appreciate you raising your concern. This will give us an additional time because there were a couple of things that did come in, and we will submit those for due consideration. Thank you, guys.
You're welcome.
Okay. Suzanne Taylor.
Real quickly, I too want to express my thanks. It'll be 3 years this October since the first time I came and talked to you about regulations for game rooms. Been a long time, it's been a long direction, and I think you guys have done a really good job, and lady. I hate it when people say guys, and I'm in the group. So
okay.
Appreciate all of you, and thanks again for taking the time to really look at this particular item and give it your all in making sure that everything continues to be legal in Nueces County. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. I'm going to try to get through the next two, and then we will take our break. Eddie Heinemeyer?
We turned him around and sent him back to San Antonio.
Okay. Margaret Baldwin? Thank you, Margaret.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Again, we want to say thank you so much. Thank you for tabling the item, Commissioner Gonzalez. And I want to reiterate what Ronnie said. We will get that to you as quickly as possible this week with the language for the Lottery Commission, so that can be considered also. Again, thank you so much for all your time in the time period. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to make a motion that we do recess from.
Could I do my table?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Judge, I would like to, let's see, it's regular agenda 3A10, discuss and consider the appointment, employment, evaluation of the Human Resource Director.
3A10.
Motion to table.
Motion to table. Is there a second?
What is that?
There is a second.
310?
3A10. Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 No.
Okay.
No.
2 noes and 3 ayes. And are there any others from any of the floor to table?
Yes.
I'll be right with
To
you.
the next, I'm sorry, to the next meeting.
It's going to be 3A15, the county clerk.
3A15. Yes, ma'am. Shakira,
Yeah,
the county
that's
clerk
true.
asked for that as
Yes.
well. That is the
3A15.
canvas election returns. Is there a motion?
Is this table for table?
Yes. And just so you know, Ade, on this one, I think she's going to get us a date
Correct.
this morning. I think she might post for Monday, is what I understand.
Okay.
Okay, I'll double check.
Yeah, I get with her to.
Okay, motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And I saw deputy. The second was Modest, no? Motioned, and the second was,
Sure.
you don't mind?
No, I don't mind.
Commissioner Chesney. It came from this side, but it was
So what's that?
probably a multiple second.
Maybe you, did you second it?
What's that?
Or did I second it? I can't.
Second, yeah.
The
Okay.
canvas
Joe
of
did.
the
I
election,
think Joe- I
the
think
I
tabling.
second it. I
Yeah.
second it.
And just so the audience knows, that canvassing for those results are being tabled because the county clerk asked us to. They had not had a chance to meet. We're going to have that meeting forthcoming, and so please look for that to be done very swiftly. And then Deputy Vasquez. Comment? Yes, ma'am. If you can. I don't have your name. If you would announce your name, I would sign up here for you. And then I'll let you finish the filling out quickly. And then, again, it is my intention to ask for a very quick motion to recess from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. so that we may run downstairs to be a part of the Regional Fallen Heroes Memorial Ceremony. Yes, ma'am.
I'll be as quick as possible.
Yes.
I'm sorry I didn't make my name on the list. My name is Angela Skarupa, and I'm here today because I wanted to make you aware, if you don't already know, of the burglaries that have been occurring out in Nueces, rural Nueces County, and the lack of assistance from the Nueces County Sheriff's Office. The specific incidents I'm familiar with are the area concerning the area that it's concerning me is south of 44 between McKenzie Road and Calicote Road. But I'm sure it's an issue throughout the rural Nueces. My husband and I own property in the area, and one of which we've been using as a business. I brought my notes, so if you'll bear with me. This specific property has been burglarized 4 times in the last 7 months. Approximately $15,000 worth of equipment and items have been stolen. In the first 3 burglaries, 3 doors were pried open. The 4th burglary, they actually just threw a brick through the window, through the front window. Each time I called Nueces County Sheriff's Office to report the burglaries, and each time the Nueces County Sheriff's officers responded completely unprepared to do their job. The officers arrived with a point-and-shoot camera and no equipment to process the scene. When I asked if they had processing kits, the officers each advised me that they do not carry any equipment to process burglaries, that the Criminal Investigations Division is the one that carries the equipment, but they do not respond to burglaries. So for each burglary, I had to photograph, I had to process, and I had to identify evidence myself. And the reason for that gives me the experience and the knowledge to do that is I am currently work as a crime scene investigator for a local law enforcement agency. I was also a crime scene investigator for other agencies, also a forensic scientist for the Department of Public Safety. I worked in the crime laboratory. When the first burglary occurred, I provided the officer and the CID officers with a possible suspect who had approached me, and a photograph actually, who had approached me the day before the burglary. He was in a vehicle wearing a Nueces County ESD number 3 shirt and carrying a radio. He began to ask me questions about my home, about my neighbors' homes, and when I ran him off, he advised me that he has a radio, he knows what goes on in the county, and he could hear everything, and that he would be back. So that brings us to burglaries 2, 3, and 4. At the second burglary is where I located evidence. I located a cigarette butt, and I located a pocket knife. The next day, I appeared at the sheriff's office to speak with CID about the status of my previous burglary because I had provided information of a possible suspect, the plan for the evidence, and the lack of assistance from their officers. I even provided them with photographs because the officer did not take any. At this meeting is where I found out that the suspect information from the first burglary was not even included in their investigation. The most help that they were able to provide me was to send an officer to the location to process the scene. The officer did not arrive. It took approximately 2 hours before the officer even arrived, and he had no idea where to begin. So I processed the scene myself. A few days later, my husband and I were called by a detective to come in and take a victim's statement. We both thought it was unusual for the nature of the crime to come in and do a victim statement, but we did as asked. My husband and I were both separated. I answered questions first. They took my fingerprints. The same thing with my husband. When I asked her if she would be submitting the evidence to DPS, she said she did not believe that the knife belonged to the suspect and that she was going to process the evidence herself. When I informed her that depending on the process that she used to process the evidence for prints, she could damage any DNA, and she said, that's when she rolled her eyes at me and said, "Oh, I know what you do, I'll do it myself." That's when I told her that's just when I stopped talking. I knew that she wasn't going to listen to anything I said. She was already, annoyed by me giving her suggestions, but having had worked at the DPS crime lab, I knew the best route to go. So at that point, we just both stopped talking. And we knew then, after we finished our interview with her, we knew then that my husband and I were both, my husband and I felt that we were both considered suspects as opposed to actual victims. And then after the meeting with the detective, I actually wrote a letter of grievance to the sheriff's office. I hand-delivered it to his office. That was at the end of December, and I have yet to receive a response. And because of my previous encounters with the sheriff's office, I haven't even begun to inquire anything about burglaries 3 or 4. Let's see. I've also spoken to many of my neighbors recently. The last burglary, our 4th burglary, occurred about 2 weeks ago, approximately 2 weeks ago, maybe a little less than 2 weeks ago. My neighbors have also called to tell me that they've been burglarized. They have been drive-bys. People are driving by their homes and taking photos. They've also, most recently, a neighbor sent me a ring door cam video. And it's actually, it's a video of a young male who approached a home, rang the doorbell. It was about midnight, and he had a pistol in his waistband, in his front waistband. I showed a couple of my law enforcement friends, and they did say that it was basically, had they opened the door, luckily no one was home, had they opened the door, it was basically a home invasion ready to happen. So, and actually the people who lived there was an elderly, there were 2 elderly twin sisters. So they've since passed, but that's why the house is vacant. It doesn't look vacant, they do keep it up. I don't by any means expect the Nueces County Sheriff's Office to stand outside our homes, armed, waiting for a crime to happen. But I do expect them to do their job by being prepared when called upon, to be treated with respect and in a professional manner, and to be taken seriously when it does happen. I have worked in the forensic field for almost 20 years now, and if they were treating me this way, someone who knows something about this type of, crime incident, I can't even imagine what they're doing to ordinary, everyday citizens out there in the county. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You're welcome to leave any of your notes with the court manager. At this time, that concludes our does not conclude our public comment, but for those citizens, Commissioner Hernandez, I acknowledge that you're on the list, but I'm going to ask you to hold until we come back. Make the motion, please, for the recess and ask for the second. 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. The time is 9:04 a.m. and I'll see you on the in the ceremony. now on. And, oh, I'm so sorry.
Aren't you official?
No, we need to wait for the clerk. We'll be with you guys momentarily. Thank you. And thank you again for your patience. So when we left off, we were actually not quite concluded with what's called public comment. So we had gone through the safety briefing, and we had at least 8 speakers, but there are 2 more left before we get to the resolutions and proclamations. So I'll call upon Ms. Susie Saldana, and then followed by Commissioner Robert Hernandez. I'm sorry, I'm gaveling us in officially. You are so right, Lorenzo. It's 10:29 a.m. with the gavel. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Susie Luna Saldana. Judge, Commissioners, first of all, let me tell you, thank you for taking up the issues of the game room. It's certainly appreciated, especially from a consumer's part. And thank you for tabling it, because I felt that it was too short a time. And one of the issues that I think we need to clarify is every time I come here, I hear from the bingo people about how they've been working on this issue for 3 years. Well, they may have been working on the issue for 3 years, but we were not aware of it. So there has to be some give and take in that information. I want to make clear that there's gambling going on in both issues. When people say, I want to help bingo, think about the pull tabs that they have. Think about the times that they do bingos at midnight. I want you to think about that, because one of my biggest concerns, and I just had a few minutes to go over the regulations, so I'm glad you tabled it, is the time. The time that you have put down. You cannot restrict the business from the times that it needs. And I'm looking at, people are saying there's crime going on in the game rooms. There's crimes going on everywhere you have. If that was the case, you'd be closing every bar in Corpus Christi, because they stay open till 2 o'clock in the morning, and you do not restrict them. And when we have drunk drivers and people getting run over by drunk drivers, then are you, the persons that rent that place, responsible for that drunk driver, or is the person that served them the beer responsible? You cannot hold some people accountable for some things and skip others. So thank you for allowing us the time to go over the regulations. One of the things I'm going to ask you to seriously consider is the fact that you need to make those times at least from 11 to 1 o'clock during the week, or 11 to 2 o'clock over weekends. Those are the issues that I want you to look at, because if you don't restrict other people and you're restricting the game rooms, then you are actually discriminating against them. So again, thank you for your time, and thank you for this issue. We will be back at the next board meeting, and please let us know approximately what time you're going to take up the issue so we can be here on time. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Hernandez, Commissioner.
Thank you, Judge, for allowing me the time. It's just that I got some calls last night after the news aired on the article that concerned us, and people were upset. They were dissatisfied with Commissioner's Court. They just said that we should know better. We should have better control of what goes on with the employees here. Talking about directors, we should be better informed. And they were just upset. They don't have any confidence in this Commissioner's Court. That's what it amounted to. Okay. They don't believe anything that we say, because most likely there's something in the back brewing that it's not supposed to be. And I know we got a lot of people here, so I'm going to just cut it short. And they did say, or one of them did say, that the bidding process, the way he's seen it done here, is wrong. We make too many mistakes that we end up trying to correct, but by that time the damage has already been done to people, companies. So we need to look into all those things and make sure that our people that are in charge of those problems, they take a look at them and make sure everything is done correctly. I won't go into specifics about that the bidding program or what they were complaining about, but that's what it amounted to, Judge. People just don't trust us anymore. Thank you.
Okay. In the court's agenda, there are The next item we would take up would be the resolutions, proclamations, and orders. And we should start with Veterans Memorial's girls basketball team. And we're also going to invite the Veterans Memorial boys basketball program. And we're going to bring them in. This is item for the clerk, G1 and 2. But we thought since they represent two great sports programs from one great high school, we'd have them all in at the same time. And there are a lot of them, so you don't have to guess what sport is on the right side of the room here, or my right.
And the left.
And the left, too. Come on in, everyone. Thank you. We certainly welcome you, and it's our honor to have you here. Thanks for your patience this morning. We have a very special resolution, and I'd like to direct your attention at this time to Ms. Belinda Hinojosa Person, who will read, and then we'll have some conversation about it. Belinda?
Whereas the Veterans Memorial Girls Basketball Program, led by Coach Roy de la Peña, finished a successful 2022 season with a district record of 16-0 and an overall record of 37-3. The team also finished as District 30 5A two-time undefeated district champions, by-district champions, area champions regional quarterfinalist, regional semifinalist, and ranked 9th in the state according to the TGCA poll. Whereas players from the Veterans Memorial Girls Basketball Program were honored as follows: District Offensive MVP, Caitlin Brooks; District Defensive MVP, Gabrielle Arizmendi; District 6 Man, Kira Lavers; District 1 Team, Tatiana Mosley, Alyssa Peña, and Mia de la Peña; District 2 Team, Amanda Costa and Deshaira Lister Brown. The entire varsity team was honored for all district academic team, and senior Gabrielle Arizmendi, McDonald's Invitational Tournament MVP. Rio Sports Live All-Star members include Caitlin Brooks, Gabrielle Arizmendi, Kira Lavers, Mia de la Peña, Adeline Lopez, and Ella Ortiz. Caitlin Brooks, TABC All-State and All-Star Team; Gabrielle Arizmendi, THSCA Second Team Academic All-State; Caitlin Brooks, THSCA Second Team All-State; Alyssa Peña, THSCA Honorable Mention All-State; Tatiana Mosley, TGCA All-Star Team, and All-State Caitlin Brooks, TGCA All-State. District Coach of the Year, Coach Roy de la Peña. Whereas the Lady Eagles basketball program players include seniors Gabrielle Arizmendi, Caitlin Brooks, Kira Lavers, and Alyssa Peña; juniors Ashlyn Perez, Dee Brown, Tatiana Mosley, Yasmin Rodriguez, and Amanda Costa; sophomores Mia de la Peña, Adeline Lopez, and Deshaira Brown; managers Alyssa Moser, Madison Dietrich, and McKenna Garcia; student trainer Jordan Goldbranson. Coaching staff for the Lady Eagles include head coach Roy de la Peña, assistant coaches Lainey Villarreal, Adrian Nicholson, and Albert Galvan; athletic trainer Dalton Jennings; athletic coordinator Ben Bittner; athletic directors Brenda Marshall and Richard Ocanas; principal Scott Walker, and superintendent Dr. Roland Hernandez. Now therefore be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that the court hereby recognizes the Veterans Memorial Girls Basketball Team for their athletic accomplishments and achievements.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second, and we'll call for discussion. We'll ask Coach to come up. Not any old coach, as they say, but a very special one, not only in his person and the way he conducts himself throughout the community, and but of course on the court. When I read that you had surpassed 700 career wins, I knew that I wanted to have this opportunity. But I know you, and you would not have wanted to shine a light on yourself, but rather on your great team. And so we welcome you here today. We're going to invite you to make some comments, maybe have some of your captains, if they so choose, make comments. And then I bet there are many of us that want to wish all of them congratulations.
Thank you so much. This was awesome. Thank you for inviting us. Our girls played their hearts out. We have a wonderful group of girls. The biggest award we got was Academic All District. All our players received that, so that's one I'm so proud of. And then of course the wins are real nice, but they're doing things at school and on the court. Seniors, Gabby, Blondie, Lavers, Alyssa. If it wasn't for them, they ran the program. They're very, very educated, very smart, very nice, kind, thoughtful kids, and they fell into the program, loved it, and it made sure the younger kids did what they were supposed to, and that's how you win. Would y'all come up here, please? Gabby, you'd like to say something?
I played for this team for my 4 years of high school, and growing physically, mentally, with this group of girls was something special. And this year was one that, there was a chemistry like no other team I've ever played with before. It was really special, and I'm glad that we got as far as we did with this group.
I also played Kira Lavers for 4 years with this team, and as Gabby said, it was a really special year because we all bonded well together, and our season was good, and it was just fun playing with the girls.
Oh my good Lord. How do you lower it a little bit? You can adjust it, just tilt it.
There you go.
Oh, this still... Well, okay. Hi, I'm Melissa. I would just say that I am truly blessed to have the teammates that I did this year. I played with them since we were all growing up, so it just felt comfortable, and we just had to do what we had to do this year.
Hi, I'm Caitlin Brooks. These 4 years went by fast, but this is definitely the team that I'm going to remember most, the bonds that we had, the chemistry that we had. It all started in the summer when we all played together in these select teams, and we didn't think we were going to win versus these big select teams, but we did it as a school team, and I think that's what took us as far as we did this year.
Amazing. Coach, commissioners?
Thank you, Judge. Judge, Commissioners, I would be remiss, and I'm going to spend some time honoring the girls, but if I don't give my friend Roy De La Pena a little bit, I don't know how many times, 700, how many wins do we have now?
Seven something.
Seven something. I don't even think I have that many in upward. So I want to say that's an amazing record.
Do we forgive him for leaving Ray? Do we?
Yeah. Well, I don't know about that, but you got a couple, 2, 3 Ray alumni up here.
Three Ray alumni.
We're still holding that against you, but not real hard because. I don't represent Ray, I represent veterans, so I'm okay with that. And Commissioner Gonzalez and I now share veterans after the last redistricting, so he wanted to be included in this too. So, Coach, you did a great job as usual. We're used to seeing the phenomenal program now, and I know veterans hadn't been in high school a long time, but y'all have set the mark. You ladies have done an incredible job. For those of you who've been there 4 years, you're used to winning, right? Not everybody gets to do what you get to do and be on a team like you get to be on. And the amazing success that you've had on the court and off the court is pretty staggering. You set the bar so high that the boys finally got here with y'all, so that's really pretty good, right? And come on, let's call it like it is, right? We got Coach White back, and here we are, right? I mean, so now that we got Coach White back, we're expecting, just like we do with Coach De La Pena, to see y'all both here every year.
Competition.
Because it's definitely an amazing achievement that y'all have accomplished, and we so appreciate you being here. We appreciate you taking the time. Sorry we were a little late, but as the Judge explained, we had a very important ceremony out there, and I figure it's, as John Mottas told me, it's the last month of school. Y'all wouldn't mind missing a little more school, so if we delayed you a little bit, I'm sure you're not too heartbroken. But to also the parents, I want to just say, I know what a sacrifice it is, and I'm saying this to both sets of parents now because I don't want to repeat myself and when the boys are up, but I know what a sacrifice it is to have an athlete, a student athlete. It's tough. It's tough on the families, it's tough on everybody, but you share in the success. You really do, for those of you who are here and for those that aren't here, because I know what a sacrifice it is to get them here and to get them through school, and veterans is no easy place to get through academically. So congratulations, ladies. You have really made South Texas, Nueces County proud. We are so appreciative of everything you've done. And Coach, always great to see you. And like I said, it's just an expectation now at Veterans with the ladies' side, and now with Coach White and these great boys with what they've done. We'll talk a little bit about them. We expect to keep seeing you all here every year. So congratulations.
Commissioners?
I just want to say it's kind of a win situation here, win-win, and a better situation here. You know, Commissioner Chesney, it's always been your commissioner. Shine the light and everything else. Now there's a new commissioner in town, and we're going to share the light, and, you know, hopefully we can do more things at veterans, you know, because we expect better. And also, I just want to say that, you know, just not forget what really makes the team. You know, we have to have faith in God, for one. You know, two is you got to have good coaches, great coaches, and good players, right? That know how to discipline themselves. They know how to present themselves. They know how to represent their schools when they go play. It means a lot. That makes a team. But the whole team, it wouldn't be a team unless you have the parents. I'll tell you what, the parents is like putting the icing on the cake. Because the parents are the main supporters, or the transporters, or the feeders that feed you, you know, twice probably before the game and after the game. So, but anyway, I just want to say that it all, to make a good team, that's what it takes. Let's not forget to continue to work together in a united manner. All right? Good luck. Guys, graduating seniors, wish you the best. Education is the best thing you can have. Nobody can take that away from you. So continue to do your education. All right? Number one. All right? God bless you.
Commissioner Mares?
Thanks, Judge. Having been on school board for CCISD, it's like having kids, right? You love them all equally and all the same. So it doesn't matter what precinct y'all fall in. Y'all are still our team, represent Corpus Christi, Nueces County. I just don't get how Commissioner Chesney has all these strong basketball programs only in his precinct. I get to have Ray, so they have some good seasons every once in a while. I know have been good challengers to you. But I'm going to make these comments to both teams. No, Commissioner Chesney does not have an opponent in November, because I know the boys took a little slight to what you said earlier about them finally joining the girls. But girls,
we're glad they're here.
I've been watching y'all for years now, and I've seen and I've heard the stories about the team working through select ball and just going through the summer workouts and getting ready, long when y'all were middle school still, right, Coach? I mean, I remember following them and my wife keeping me updated. And so we were excited to see this team develop and turn into what they were, and really knew this was the year. And I was mentioning to Coach De La Pena walking in, it's like it just every year one of our sports teams, no matter what sport it is, kind of get the shorter end of the stick just by the way the draw is in the playoff rounds. Because we know that had it been drawn properly, these girls would have been in the state finals, playing for the state finals, in a tough team that they fought up to the end, and the young men as well. But it just happens where you live, sometimes you get paired with a really strong team a little bit earlier than what you wanted, and who knows what would have happened had you met them head on, just one-on-one, last two teams standing. But I'm so proud of y'all. Y'all represent our community well, and we know that not only athletics but also academics. And so this will be my comments also to the young men. Guys, keep it up. We're proud of you. Y'all did great. It's exciting always to watch some great basketball. And congratulations on all your future endeavors. Good luck on the baseball side as well. So thank you all for being here. We're really proud of you.
Commissioner Hernandez, would you like to say
Yes, thank
a
you,
few
Judge.
words?
I just want to congratulate Memorial Veterans School. I think they represent Corpus Christi very well, and I can wait to see, hope they continue their education in college and hear them play for the college of their choice. But thank you very much the way you represent Corpus. And I got to end this, that I'm also proud of the Moody Trojans baseball team. That's my alma mater. So anyway, congratulations to y'all. Keep up the good work. Thank you.
Coach, as you know, sports is such a metaphor for life. There is so many lessons to be learned, ladies, from all of the skill sets that your coach and all of his staff, and we want to congratulate you and your entire staff and your administration. I didn't know if there were anybody else that accompanied you here today, but we would be honored for you to introduce them if they are here. They couldn't.
They
No
couldn't.
worries.
I'm sorry.
No worries. I just wanted to say that, you know, what makes a great team in basketball for me is a team that knows how to pass the ball. I mean, that's really the difference between the greats. That's what you guys do so well. I know that there are all-stars. I know that. In every team there are. But the best teams, the greatest teams, it really is that work ethic which you display and the ability to be, you know, selfless, right? Passing that ball to make that shot. And one of the great basketball players, I don't remember exactly who, maybe the guys might remember, always said, you got to make them believe that even if you can't block every shot, that you might, right? And I think that for the love of the game that you have, and many of you are multi-tiered athletes, you play more than one sport, today is just a moment in time. You might wonder, why am I going to the courthouse? Well, because this is the epicenter of the things that we believe in most sacredly: law, justice, freedoms, veterans, all the things that we want to say to you. We're so proud that you've come to this house, because this is the house where equality reigns. And even in equality, there are those moments of excellence that make you really just go to the very top. And that's why you're here today. And I just want to let you know that it means a lot to us that you come, that your coach brings you, that your parents are here to support you. Thank you for showing all of us what excellence looks like. Thank you, Coach. Here's the best part. We've got a resolution for you after we do this. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Would you honor us with a photograph?
Judge,
We
you
would
wanna
love that.
Do the boys and then we get them all at one time?
You think we can have a photo with all of them?
Well, I mean,
We
maybe one
might.
each and
We
maybe
might
one
be
with
able
all.
to. Well, girls, if you would indulge us,
One at a time. right?
what we'll do is, even still, what we could do is all the photos at once. We'll try the girls first, then the boys, and if we could somehow get everybody together, that'd be fun. So we'll ask Belinda to move on to the resolution dealing with the Veterans Boys Basketball Program and all of their accomplishments.
Whereas the Veterans Memorial Boys Basketball Program, led by Coach Billy White Jr., finished a successful 2022 season with a district record of 15-1 and an overall record of 31-8. The team also finished as District 29 5A champions, by-district champions, area champions, regional quarterfinal champions, and regional semifinalist. Whereas the members of the Veterans Memorial Boys Basketball Program were honored as follows: Aiden Guerra, District 29 5A MVP. CJ Vela, District 29 5A Sixth Man of the Year. Cameron de la Peña, First Team All-District. Jordan Hurd, First Team All-District. Nate Reeves, Second Team All-District. Quincy Lewis, Second Team All-District. Xavier Perez, Honorable Mention All-District. Christian Sabsbrook, Honorable Mention All-District. Coach Billy White Jr., District 29 5A Coach of the Year. Aiden Guerra, All-Region 4, Academic All-District. Sam Ashley, Dylan Cochran, Cameron de la Peña, Roger Garcia, Roman Mendoza, Xavier Perez, Nate Reeves, and Christian Sabsuk. Xavier Perez, First Team Academic All-State. Cameron de la Peña, Honorable Mention Academic All-State, and Nate Reeves, Honorable Mention Academic All-State. Whereas the Veterans Memorial Eagles Basketball Program players include seniors Cameron de la Peña, Roger Garcia, Aiden Guerra, Nate Reeves, and Xavier Perez. Juniors Quincy Lewis, Dylan Cochran, Jordan Hurd, Sam Ashley, and Roman Mendoza. Sophomores CJ Vela, Christian Greenwood, and Christian Sabsuk. Freshmen Isaiah Early. Coaching staff for the Eagles include head coach Billy White Jr., assistant coaches Pat Erskine, Charles Harris, and Tommy Garcia. Athletic direct trainer Dalton Jennings and Danielle Reese. Athletic Coordinator Ben Bittner, Athletic Director Brenda Marshall, Principal Scott Walker, and Superintendent Dr. Roland Hernandez. Now therefore be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that the court hereby recognizes Veterans Memorial Boys Basketball Program for their athletic accomplishments and achievements.
So moved.
Motion and a second. Coach White, we welcome you.
Thank you.
Nice to have you here. Tell us about this team.
Thanks for having us. This is a exceptional group of young men. They came in every day, worked extremely hard for us each and every day, and they're as good of basketball players that they are, they're even better young men. They're going to go off and do great things in their lives and be great productive citizens of our society, and I'm extremely proud of the accomplishments that they had this year. As Mr. Chesney said earlier, I did leave and then came back this year, and it was a situation where a lot of these kids were either sophomore or underclassmen at the time when I was here before, and now that they're upperclassmen and back with me, we were able to come together and do a lot of great things and a lot of special things. So it was. I also want to thank you guys for allowing us to be together one more time. Being able to load up on the bus with this group of young men was very special and very dear to my heart, because this is a great group of young men. And the regional tournament, meeting the regional tournament is one accomplishment that we had that I'm really proud of, but it's only one step to it. So we do expect to be back each and every year, just like the girls. So that is something we do have a lot of underclassmen on this group as well, so that'll be returning, and we're excited about what the future holds for us. So that's something that we're definitely excited about, and also with our seniors that are leaving this year, they played a huge part in our success this year, and they're going to go off and do great things at the next level. I'm going to ask those seniors to come up and say a few words at this time. They don't really want to speak, but I'm going to make them speak. It's all right.
Well, just introduce yourselves if you don't feel like speaking. We just want to get to know you.
Go ahead, Nate.
Hi, my name is Nate Reeves, and I've just been playing with these guys for a while now, since I was young, and it was great to have one last good season with them, so I'm just thankful for that.
I'm Roger Garcia. I really enjoyed playing with all of them. It was a good experience and going this far with them.
Good.
I'm Xavier Perez. I played basketball my sophomore and my senior year. I played with some of these guys growing up, so it was good to be back on the court with them. And I think that there's a culture of winning here, and it's like my baseball coach says, winners win. And that's what Coach White, Coach Erskine, and Coach De La Pena do. So, thank you.
Hi, my name's Cameron De La Pena, and I grew up playing with a lot of these guys, and it was a fun run. I just want to thank all of them.
My name's Aiden Geller, and it was a good experience this year, and we just all played for each other. And I think that's how we did this year.
I like that. That's a great sentiment. Commissioners, I know we've kind of talked a lot about the girls, but how about a few nice words for these gentlemen?
You know, and I will judge, and Commissioner Montes, it was not a slight, it was more of a challenge, because the winning tradition has been established now on the boys' side, and I'm a huge fan of Coach White. I've watched several of these games because I've watched a lot of these, especially the seniors, play for a long time. And watching Coach White with these young men was pretty impressive. Just didn't hear anything but good things about how he coached and how he interacted and how he cared for the kids, and that's a real tribute. I think he's brought a stability to veterans that's going to hopefully be there a long time. I hope he likes being here in Corpus Christi. He had to go away to kind of realize how great it was, right, Coach? We're hoping you'll stay a lot longer. But it's been fun. You guys, I saw several of your games this year. A lot of fun to watch. You guys are an exciting team, and I don't know how everybody picked everybody, but I don't know that everybody expected y'all to go to the fourth round, and that's not a slight either. That just means you overachieved. You did things as a team that maybe a lot of people didn't think you could, and that's kind of one of those lessons in life, that if you work together as a team and you really bust your tails, and you did, and y'all beat some teams that maybe you shouldn't have beat, on paper, but because you played so well as a team, because you came together and you had great senior leadership and great coaching, you you really did well. And again, not to be repetitive, but the parents play a big role in this, and knowing those sacrifices that everybody made is really important. I hope that all of y'all will leave today and go hug your parents or your grandparents, your aunts and uncles, whoever helped raise you, and make sure you tell them thanks, because none of you would be here without these strong coaches and the strong adults in your lives. But this is all about y'all today. Y'all have achieved. You've earned it. We don't bring folks down here until they get to that regional tournament, because we'd end up bringing not way too many. There's never too many. That sounds wrong, but we want to make it kind of special. So we don't bring people until they get to that regional tournament. So we want to bring you guys again. We want to keep bringing you down here. We want to keep making sure that you come down here, because Commissioner Gonzalez and I now, I've had veterans all these years, but now I'm sharing, and I'm happy to share with Commissioner Gonzalez. I think we just did a health fair out at Veterans that we both did, or it's coming up. I can't remember, sorry, because we know what a great quality institution you have. So congratulations on great success. I know Aiden's going to be playing a little next year at A&M Kingsville, so happy for you too. That's pretty cool. So we've already talked about my son's going to be at St. Ed's, and we'll look forward to some good battles there between St. Ed's and A&M Kingsville, and keep that going. So we watched you guys play a long time. Of course, Xavier, blame me for that one, because he grew up a lot in my house. So it's always good to have him in the room, and Nate, and so, and of course Cameron, watched the De La Pena kids forever. So not trying to not mention all of you, but really proud of you. You had a great season. Congratulations.
Well, the good thing of me coming on and joining Commissioner Chesney and Veterans, I can promise you one thing: I won't talk as much as Commissioner Chesney.
Fair.
I'll let him talk for both of us, but I just want to say, coaches, thank you very much for all you do. It starts with you. You're the one that mold them and work with them, and so guys, it's what you learn, what you take with you, and then what you do on the court and at home that makes you an individual. So I just want to say again to the parents, thank you for your support. God bless you.
Commissioners?
I already said, and just to be technical, looking at the map, I do also represent part of veterans, even though I don't have.
Everybody wants to represent veterans now. Come on.
I already did, and when I was on school board, so it's just a continuation here. But no, once again, we're really proud of you all. Thank you all for your work and being such great leaders and demonstrating that, just being a class act, sportsmen, sportswomen on the court. Never saw any real issues. We know basketball is a very physical sport, but just the way that you carry yourselves and represent the community means a lot. So thank you.
Commissioner Hernandez.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you again for both teams, boys and girls, for acting the way you all do out with the citizens. But it starts at home, like Commissioner Gonzalez said, and Commissioner Chesney. You need to have good mentors, and you've got very good mentors. We need your coaches, and you have great mentors at home. So that's where it all starts. Thank you again. Congratulations. Thank you.
So we'll see you, as they say, we'll see you next year for you underclassmen, and we can't wait to have you back. Remember what the great MJ said. Y'all know what his most famous line ever was? He never lost a game. What did he run out of? Time. You guys haven't lost any games. You just run out of a little bit of time. We'll see you guys back. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Let's do this. Let's have the girls first.
Right.
Okay? Then, guys, let's see if we can fill in. But we'd love to have those individual shots as well. But let's have the girls first. Girls, if you can do both. You can come, some of you back here and then up here. Let's see what it looks like. You're actually not as big a team as the boys looks like a bigger team. Well, yeah, not only over there, but see how this works. Thank you.
I guess no one wants to stand with me, but I wish that.
They're going down there instead.
You want to Move up right up to the yeah.
Y'all gonna move on?
Well, I may have to come down there. I'm trying to figure out how.
I can't see it. Alyssa, hold that. Yeah.
Sorry.
You're good, you're good.
I'm not a good dealer for you.
Okay, ready?
All right.
1, 2, 3. Step this way a little bit. 1, 2, 3.
Very good. So let me ask you, honestly. Say that out loud.
Okay, now we know what you have to do. If the boys basketball team will come up, the boys basketball will come in. Want to try? Just put the tall ones behind us. Right? Girls stay here. Let's try to fill in. And then once the group shot's done, then the girls can.
Right. Okay. Boys can fill in, and we'll do boys individually also.
Bro, you gotta give me. I know.
Yeah, y'all can fill in here, fill in behind. See if we can figure this out.
Okay, so we just like. Right? It's not. You just call it a hammer. It's a gavel. Only hit the hammer. The gavel. Only hit the hammer.
Make sure you're in. Some of y'all may need to come to the door down here too.
Don't go down there.
Come down here.
We're gonna cover them because we're gonna be stepping on the step. We're gonna be on the step lifted.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, here we go, guys. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3.
All right, now the girls will slide out. We'll keep the boys here.
Okay, guys, it's this now, the guys, all right. So I did ask Coach. I don't want to start any rivalry here. It'll be a good game. There'll be a lot of shots that we right? Maybe you got the
All right, y'all.
Here we go. Yeah. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3.
Don't you dare smile. 1, 2, 3, one more. That's what I'm going to go through. All of that?
Thank you, ma'am. Good. Very good. I'll take credit.
Can you ask Tony on the consent agenda item? Were you asking me to stick it in consent? I can? I can? Okay. I'm just saying, just let her know. And if not, I can take it out of order. Well, that certainly was nice. And for all of you that are waiting on your items, if you have kids, you'll appreciate it. If you don't, when you have it, you will appreciate it. There's just so little time. Life goes by so fast. And all of a sudden you wake up and they're seniors and you crave every moment, every photo, it's just amazing. So I'm glad that we do that. I know it takes a lot of time, but so did their efforts. So it seems like it's appropriate on the balancing act. But we will move on because we do have two important recognitions. The month of May turns out to be an important one for not only mental health, as many of you know, mental health is the month of May, but one that's near and dear to our hearts, and that's Foster Care Awareness Month. And we have many representatives here today to create that awareness. But first, we'll turn our attention to Belinda.
Thank you, Judge. Whereas we have a responsibility as individuals, neighbors, community members, and citizens of Nueces County to recognize that children and youth need unconditional love, support, security, and a place to call home. And whereas foster parents provide the love, safety, and stability that children and youth need in order to overcome past traumatic experiences so that they can reach their full potential. And whereas we must come together as a community to recognize the important role foster parents play in caring for children and youth who have experienced abuse and neglect, supporting family reunification, and building strong communities. And whereas the stability and permanency for children and foster children is of the utmost importance. And whereas through partnerships with families, child welfare staff, and public and private agency, there is a collaborative effort to ensure that children and youth in Nueces County are supported and successful. And whereas Nueces County is in need of dedicated care providers who will strive in partnership with local nonprofits and agencies to identify and connect children and youth in foster care to permanent, lifelong relationships. Whereas during National Foster Care Month, we celebrate all those who have invited children and youth in need into their hearts and into their homes, and express our profound appreciation for all who help make foster care possible. And now therefore be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County does hereby proclaim the month of May 2022 as Foster Care Awareness Month and urges all citizens to recognize the valuable service of foster families in our community. Furthermore, we do hereby commend Agape Ranch and those organizations in our community working to raise awareness for foster children and aged-out youth in the Coastal Bend and for supporting our community's foster families.
Thank you, Belinda. I'd like to make the motion first and ask for a second to approve this resolution for Foster Care Awareness Month. I've got a second. I made the motion. I'll take that as a second. And we do recognize that we have members of, I'm imagining board members of, and maybe some volunteers of Agape Ranch, and we'd love for you to introduce yourself, your team, and for those of you that, for me, that the word agape is so beautiful. It's a different kind of love. It's an unconditional love. And I cannot think of a better organization to represent foster care awareness than the work that the Agape Ranch board does. Welcome.
Thank you so much. I'm Shannon Murphy. I'm Community Relations Coordinator for Agape Ranch. Thank you so much, Judge Canales and Commissioners, just for allowing us the opportunity to have a proclamation to recognize May as Foster Care Awareness Month. It's a month and an opportunity to educate and bring awareness to the needs of foster children and youth in the Coastal Bend. And I was just thinking as I was listening to everything that you were saying to our basketball players this morning, how timely it is that we're following them, because a few of you mentioned the importance of family and good role models and mentors and how it starts at home. And if we think about our foster children and youth, they don't always have that. So it takes many people in our community to raise a successful child, to become a productive adult, correct? So it's the time to recognize, this month is the time to recognize the foster parents, family members, volunteers, mentors, policymakers, child welfare professionals. We have representatives from the Nueces Child Welfare County Board and Texas Department of Family and Protective Services. We have a couple of our Agape Ranch board members here. We have representatives from our team at Agape Ranch and Agape Harbor. We're all working together to help children and youth in foster care find permanent homes and connections. So I just want to mention that there's an opportunity for anyone in our community to support. You don't always have to be a foster parent. That is the highest calling, but you may not be ready for that. We always need volunteers and respite care providers. We need donations. We're currently having a match this month. Every donation will be doubled to $47,000. So it takes time, it takes love, it takes money to continue the programs that we provide, but it's so important here in Nueces County. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Did anybody else want to speak?
Would anybody else like to offer?
Thank you.
If you would just introduce yourself.
Good morning. I'm Cornelia Garza. I am the Faith-Based Program Specialist for Region 11 for CPS and work very closely with the Agape Ranch and very thankful to them for the work they do within the community. Without them, without them and also all the other child placing agencies that are contracted by the department, we would definitely have a bigger gap in the number of foster families that we have in our community. So I pray that they continue to raise the awareness, raise the alarm, and as Ms. Shannon mentioned, right, anyone can come and walk alongside the children under the CPS umbrella.
Thank you. Beautiful words. Commissioners, any further comments? Commissioner Mattis, I know this is an important month for you.
Absolutely for me, and I know for former Judge Chesney when he was there at Court 5, anything to do with, CPS, Child Abuse Awareness Month in April, and then, of course, recognizing foster families and all the agencies and efforts that take place, reminds me of the work I did, the work we did. I still call myself and consider myself part of CPS. Once you've spent even one day there, you're part of that family for life, and the work that we do, and it's not a perfect agency, but we try to get perfect results for these children and families that deserve it. And so I thank you for bringing advocacy, a reminder to us as this court when we were looking at agencies to help support with our through our budget efforts, and also just as a community as a whole. So I'm glad you're here today for allowing us to recognize this and to celebrate these special services and really a part out of y'all's hearts. Everyone has a story and a reason. Some, it may just be a job, but it slowly, I'm sure, develops into more than that. And so I thank you all for your work that you do, and count on me as an advocate and a supporter for you and all the work Agape Ranch does, and all of our foster agencies and foster families and respite care providers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign. And to learn more, you can go on agaperanch.org if you've never heard of Agape Ranch. I loved what you said about the word fostering. It's amazing, but CPS and Agape Ranch really are fostering this connection, and we need both. Both agencies, both services really work in tandem. We're grateful that you were here today. We have a resolution that we'd like to present if both of you would come up, or all of you would like to come up.
I just want to say one thing.
We can take a photo.
I want to say one thing to the group. I just want to thank y'all for everything you do every single day, 365 days a year. Because I think it takes a special type of person to be able to work with that population. So I thank you for being angels every day. God bless you.
I also want to chime in a little bit. I also want to thank y'all, because it does take a special kind of person to get involved with these youngsters, young kids, and with the families. So for what you all do, thank you all very much, because not everybody's made to do this. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll come down, invite you all to come up.
Ones I gave you.
Priscilla, if you give us the 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. How you doing? Good to see you. How are you? Great. I'm not. Commissioner Hernandez now. Yes. But I'll be out there to support.
Oh, really?
You doing all right?
Children and families that live in that area, and hopefully bring some attention to their situation. So I'm excited about that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Happy to work with you.
Thank you, sir.
One of the things we've been talking about is a better public messaging board on floor 1, because all of these great resolutions really should be highlighted in the month so that everybody walks in and knows what month it is and how they can get involved. I think that's something to follow up on. And speaking of good works, we have a recognition of May 19th, which is coming up, as National Stop the Bleed Day, but this is our opportunity to talk about this important effort. Belinda.
Whereas uncontrolled bleeding is a major cause of preventable deaths, approximately 40% of trauma-related deaths worldwide are due to bleeding or its consequences, establishing hemorrhage as one of the most common causes of preventable death and trauma. Whereas the average time to bleed out is 2 to 5 minutes, and the average time for first responders to arrive is 7 to 10 minutes. Whereas bystanders can fill the gap, anyone can be trained to be ready to save someone's life. Whereas Stop the Bleed campaign was initiated by a federal interagency work group convened by the National Security Council staff and the White House. The purpose of the campaign is to build national resilience to better preparing the public to save lives by raising awareness of our basic actions to stop life-threatening bleeding following everyday emergencies and man-made and natural disasters. Advances made by military medicine and research in hemorrhage control during the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq have informed the work to this initiative, which exemplifies translation of knowledge back to the homeland and to the benefit of the general public. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that the 19th day of May 2022 is National Stop the Bleed Day and encourages all citizens to get trained, be ready, and be empowered to stop the bleed.
Thank you. Is there anyone here that would like to speak on Stop the Bleed? Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes.
I'm Karen Beard. I'm on the board with the Coastal Bend Regional Advisory Council, which you're very familiar with. And if you recall, around 2019 or 18, we taught a bunch of your staff, which we're happy to come back and do again, Stop the Bleed. It's important to know, especially in Texas, it's not just the active shooter situation. We have hunters, we have fishermen, all kinds of stuff that can have a penetrating wound that can cost someone their life. So we're happy to bring this course to this region. I'll also let Jennifer from Spawn talk, and she'll share some more information.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Jennifer Carr. I'm the Vice President of Trauma Services for the Christus Spawn Health System. I have with me Dr. Odansky, our trauma medical director and trauma surgeon, and then one of our trauma coordinators, both with Shoreline's trauma program. Karen, echo everything Karen said about Stop the Bleed. Some of the things that we are doing, I'm involved in a coalition at the state level on planning Stop the Bleed training. May 19th, obviously, is a day that we are doing multiple classes throughout the system, throughout the community. As far as Spawn, Alice, Beeville, Clayburgh, South Shoreline, all of our hospitals are teaching Stop the Bleed classes multiple times throughout the day. Coastal Bend Regional Advisory Council, I am the chair for the trauma committee for that, and we are also have lots of classes going on throughout the community. We're trying as a state to have as many people trained on Stop the Bleed in the month of May, and so really trying to see how big we can get our numbers, and then so we can set our goal even higher for next year. Try to encourage everybody to get out there and get trained. I'm working with local churches, organizations to teach training. This is something can be taught to everybody. We're working with Veterans High School, and my son will be a freshman at Veterans High School next year, and I've trained my son. So definitely we hope to hear from everybody that wants to be trained. We can come to you and train. You can come to us. I'm really excited to be able to promote this life-saving technique.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope you're proud of us, too. We have on all our floors Stop the Bleed kits, and our risk manager helped us obtain those, properly place them, make sure we have folks on every floor that know how to utilize them. But I want you to know that all came because of CBRAC and Christus, and really just understanding that that was something that it wasn't very hard to obtain. It's something that could have huge impact in saving lives. As you said, it doesn't have to be some act of terror. It can be an act of, everyday occurrence, that a piece of glass that unfortunately, might cause a serious penetrating wound. So you really opened my eyes, and I think the court's eyes, on this important life save, just like CPR, right? We now have muscle memory, how important Stop the Bleed is. So we thank you for that, and thank you for the continued awareness. Is there a motion to approve such?
Second.
I've got a motion and a second, and I do have the resolution here. Are there any other comments here? Anyone in our courtroom trained for Stop the Bleed? Okay, that's unusual. Usually we do. Chase was going to volunteer, yes. Okay, so they're always, typically in every room, there's somebody. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Would you honor us? I have a copy of this beautiful Commissioners Court resolution, and we'd love to get a picture because I think it's something that you should promote on your websites at CBRAC, Facebook, at Christus. Okay, well, come on down.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Been up here?
Our ambulance just went to,
That we helped get.
that you helped get. So thank you for that.
Move y'all back.
All of your efforts.
Come back this way?
Okay,
Yeah,
they
so
were
we-
moving back just a little bit further.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Come back and see us.
One, two, three.
Oh, sorry, Commissioner. I'm sorry, Commissioner.
One, two, three.
I only passed 3 with the 4. Thank you, lady. Appreciate
Thank you,
it.
ladies.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming.
Appreciate what you do.
Thank you all, whatever you do. Doing the consent agenda yet.
She'll be my son. Good price.
So the last one under this section, G, I believe there's a copy, I don't know, I thought I saw it here in front of us, but there is a copy of it in your packet. It's in support of the public health interim charge related to the study of fentanyl-related overdoses in Texas and Be Well, Texas, a UT Health San Antonio's work related to this charge. And Belinda has more information.
Yes, and I'll go ahead and just read the resolution. I'm not sure if Be Well Texas is online. They said they were going to be joining by Zoom. John, if he's online, if he can go ahead and raise his hand. Whereas the Center of Disease Control and Prevention states that drug overdose deaths and opioid-involved deaths continue to increase in the United States, and that 91 Americans die every day from an opioid overdose. Whereas on October 26, 2017, President Trump officially declared the opioid crisis a public health emergency. Whereas as the Texas House of Representatives Public Health Interim Charge provides for the study of the impact of fentanyl-related overdoses and deaths in Texas, the evaluation of existing data collection, dissemination, and mitigation strategies regarding opioid use in Texas, and making recommendations to improve coordinated prevention, education, treatment, and data sharing. Whereas Be Well Texas at UT Health San Antonio, funded by the Texas Health and Human Services, is a statewide collaborative effort to reduce the burden of substance use in Texas and improve the quality of life for people adversely impacted by substance use disorders by expanding access to critical care. Whereas Be Well Texas is actively working to provide support for this public health charge related to fentanyl-related overdoses. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that it does hereby express its support of the Texas House of Representatives Public Health Interim Charge, providing for the study of the impact of fentanyl-related overdoses and deaths in Texas, and the work of Be Well Texas in collaboration with like-minded organizations to support this interim charge.
Thank you. I'll make that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
I don't see him on, so I'll just pass, but I know that he was on just to thank us for the opportunity to have this resolution be included with many, many other counties. Thank you, Belinda. I don't see Louis. He was here earlier. I can skip H1 till you guys maybe let him know that we're up. I'd like to move to the minutes at this time, April 27th, 2022, and May 5th, 2022 minutes, I-1.
I can't find those. Can someone provide me
Okay.
a copy? I don't know why they're not in my book. Could we just wait on those and let me get someone to bring me those, Judge? I just
Of
wanted to.
course.
I apologize.
I give you a copy,
I tried to find them and I forgot to ask for them.
but I think we'll just, anyone else have an extra copy? We'll pass on it for just,
We got them this time.
I don't know that we did either. You don't have me?
but I think you can get them online. Can you email them real quick, like on that click to view? Just to make sure that they're there so that you could,
I wish we get them, but
Normally they're in the packet. I just didn't know if I didn't have it in my packet or you didn't either? Okay.
okay, well, while Connie's looking there, we'll move forward and go to board appointments. There's one for the Nueces County Beach Management Advisory Committee. It's from somebody, it's a vacancy due to somebody moving on. And so I would ask Belinda to make announcement, or whoever wants to make the announcement of the applicants. Go ahead. This is J1 for the clerk.
okay, this is the one they're recommending or what?
Well,
This is the one Coastal Parks?
well, I don't know if they're actually recommending, but it's a,
Judge, the one,
we have several applicants.
right, and the
Just give us a
one-
second. We're
just
gonna,
to remind the court, because there's really good applicants, is this first one, and again, there's other good ones too. This first one was the one that John had wanted to come back to before when we didn't have enough slots. So I'm not saying that's who we should or shouldn't pick. I'm just reminding the court of that.
right, well, but let me announce, we have 3 applicants. We have Merida May Mendoza Nardone, May Nardone. We also have Mr. Rudy Cortez, applicant, and we also have Florence Tissot. And so we have 3 applicants, but only to fill 1 space.
We have 4.
And all I really want to know, make sure, is all the applications are in good order and we can consider all 3 of them. Is that accurate?
I think we have
We
4.
have Pittman also.
Oh,
Yes,
Pittman.
Michael Pittman. We also have Michael
I see this one
Pittman.
here too. Yes.
You got 4 vacancies?
Let me add that one, Michael
One vacancy.
Pittman.
So you have 4 vacancies?
1 vacancy.
We have
Only
one
one
vacancy.
vacancy. Okay. Yes, Mr. Michael Pittman.
I mean,
Okay, so we have 4 particular applicants, and are any of them here with us today?
I believe Ms. Nardone is online.
Okay, okay. And,
Judge.
All right,
This
so-
is another tough spot because
well, they're all good
super
applicants. They are.
right?
They're all
And-
great applicants. I'll just,
We passed on this, the one
well,
that y'all had
I know,
talked about before
it's,
because of her.
these are all, they're all very good applicants, and I'll just make the motion, and let's see how it goes, but to appoint May Mendoza Nardone to this Beach Management Advisory Committee. Actually, it's called Nueces County Beach Management Advisory Committee, and would ask for a second. Okay, there's a second.
Well, and the Coastal Parks Board had, or Scott had reached out to mention that Ms. Tissot had been coming to all the meetings anyway. This was the one we passed on. I love Ms. Nardone.
Well,
I
we'll just,
thought
we'll
that-
vote, and then we can
But,
have a further nomination. We have to do it in the process. They're all great.
Yeah,
They're
since-
all
since-
excellent, and there might be an upcoming vacancy as well. But again, the way we do it is, it's a new application, it's a new time period, and unfortunately, we have to take the process as we see it, so.
And I guess, since we were kind of maybe in discussion, since there was a second, I wanted to ask, because such, this is one of those positions where we always have a wealth of applicants, and I hate to see, some of the names that are really interested in serving not have the opportunity maybe, but, if there's somewhere else, some sort of additional advisory that's related to the work that's done, that we could utilize them for now and kind of have as a, I don't want to say a holding
Alternate,
spot, but
maybe?
just as a position where they could be utilized until maybe, something else opens up, or we, re-up again on everybody on their terms. But I agree. Ms. Tissot is an excellent candidate. I think that she would be an excellent fit as well. Ms. Nardone she is very active, and I know most of these names and know that they are all active on everything beach management and island related. So I don't think we'd be hurting no matter who we selected. But that would be my question, I guess. Do we know, Ida, or I know it kind of comes out of your office, do we have any other committee appointments that could be related to this position, or is this pretty much the only committee that is beach management related? Do you know?
As far as I know, this is the one that
it,
is yes related.
And again, this is a struggle for me because the court said the next time we had one, we would put Ms. Tissot on. That was what the court said. That was kind of the same vein we talked about before. So, I mean, that's, and this person lives in your precinct. You made that request. You're the one who said, hey, I'd really like to put her on there. So
Well, let me do the vote, and then we can redo it if it doesn't fail. But we have a motion and a second, and as you guys know, we need to move through that process. Sure. So all those in favor of May Nardone signify by saying aye. Aye. And then opposed, same sign.
No.
No.
I'm going to abstain on that just because.
Okay, I've got one abstention and a push, so it doesn't work. So I'll move to another nomination.
Florence Tissot.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Then, Judge, I'd like to follow up on what John said, and I don't think it's out of the realm of doing something and making a motion to put Ms. Nardone on as an ex officio, like you were talking about, member, because I think she brings great value. But I just think this court made a commitment to the Tissot application, not a hard commitment, but a kind of a verbal commitment. And so I'd like to make a motion to put her on as an ex officio member, and then, or an alternate, however we want to call it, to where we're always having quorum we've had quorum problems in the past.
A lot of quorum problems.
So maybe we could put it on as an alternate or an ex officio. I don't think that's out of the realm of the scope of what we can do.
I don't have the committee description, Jenny, handy, but if that's available to us, we'd have to probably bring it back, but.
Yeah, I was going to ask, could we bring this back, and if statutorily we're allowed to add or increase?
Can I just do it as
We're
subject
changing
to?
the rules right now if it's not in there.
I'm saying, could I do it as a subject to, like
Yes.
we do? Make a motion as an
Yes.
alternate or an ex officio member for May Nardone, subject to them checking that out legally to make sure that that's acceptable?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's fine. It can be subject to. That's a different motion, Kara. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we did vote on
I'm
it.
amending my motion. I made the motion, so I'm amending it to
Okay.
say subject. I'm just adding the subject to language to it.
That's fine.
What we always do.
So
on
it
things
may
we have
not,
questions on.
and just to make sure that Ms. Nardone understands, it may not work. We will, the way it works, court administration will contact you and let you know. But give us a chance to make that inquiry with the county attorney after reviewing the committee formation. When we form these committees, there's usually bylaws, and so we'll go back to the bylaws and see, and then it may take an amendment of the bylaws to come back.
Which would
Kara,
be a
does that
good
help
idea.
you?
It does, but I just to clarify, sorry.
Go ahead,
Mr. Chesney,
if you don't mind. Kara.
you want to appoint
Can't hear you.
Tissot.
That's already been done.
No, that was your first motion, and then
We
you
already
amended
voted on
that.
No, we voted on that one.
No, you.
Which one?
Well, it's okay if
okay.
I
That already is a
can,
motion on the floor.
I can,
One didn't pass and one passed.
Right, we already voted on that one.
Okay,
The one
so
that
I
didn't-
think
the one,
she's
the first one was
asking-
2-2 with an abstention, and then we voted on Ms. Tissot, and then I'm coming back with a second motion.
That was the motion.
For Ms.
was
Tissot.
For her, and then you made
Second.
the second.
and
And
then
that
we,
was, and I didn't catch that. I mean.
sorry.
yeah.
Okay, so we did vote,
Voted again.
but let's call it again. All those
Yeah.
in favor of Ms. Tissot signify by saying aye. Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
I think it was all five of us said ayes.
Okay.
And
Not
then
even
he
you.
has this separate,
Okay.
Separate
Sorry.
motion, subject to.
separate motion that's subject to, would be the appointment of May Nardone, subject to the ability to do so as an alternate.
Or ex officio, whichever works.
And I didn't see this, but I have a hand up. Connie? Go ahead. You're unmuted.
I was just wanting clarifications, and I'm okay with whatever the court decides. So just let me know. You kind of answered it as you continued on.
Yes,
so
thank you.
I'm okay as an alternate, or if an opening opens up again. I just knew there had been an opening and was asked by one of the members on that committee, and I'll be happy to serve and help wherever I can. So that's fine.
Thank you. Thank you. And I don't want to leave out any of the gentlemen also that applied. They're all great. I happen to know Mr. Pittman's, he's a very active island rep. So I'm glad this is the one area that we're starting to get more activity. So, Kara, I hope that helps. Okay. And did you record our vote on that second one too? It was all ayes. Okay. All right. So we're going to go back to the minutes. Did we get the minutes? Commissioner Chesney, Kara was looking for the minutes of the 27th and the 5th.
And I emailed them.
They're in the email. Okay, I'll skip it for now. I'm just wanting to make sure that he has them.
I do now. I'm just looking.
Okay, so we'll move on for this moment and ask Louis to come up. It's general information reports, H1. And with having just had hurricane conference, there's a few things to catch up on. And then we'll move to the consent agenda, and that might give us time to get those minutes in order. Go ahead, Emergency Management Coordinator Ray.
Hey, good morning, Court. How you doing?
Good morning.
All right, so a quick update of the conditions. All right, so the highs for this week is averaging about 95 degrees. Heat index would be about 97 degrees for this week. Humidity is near 32%. And we're going to have peak wind gusts this week at about 25 miles per hour. For today and tomorrow, there is a high rip current risk. And the Texas A&M Weather Service 30-day rainfall deficit trending at about 25% below normal. And for this week, we have hunters out there. So one of the things we want to bring up is for our people who are indulging in our outdoor activities to be extremely mindful of the conditions and the high risk for wildfires. The KBDI average for this week is 648. The EOC long range calendar. So we're going to have the Corpus Christi Office of Emergency Management will have an annual exercise for evacuation. That's going to happen on June 16th. We will be a part of that. The county EM, we're planning to have a emergency operation plan workshop with the other EMs throughout Nueces County to discuss how to update your emergency action plans and the emergency management plans. On June 21st, we're going to have a meeting with the U.S. Army North about the state civil service teams. So the civil service team is an organization that is assigned to the states. There's about 46 of them, I believe, in the United States that are activated when there's a risk of high terrorism or an emergency that involves a terrorist threat. They're looking to do some training in Nueces County in August. So we're going to have our first planning meeting June 21st. Short range. So we're going to have participate in a town hall tomorrow with Victoria's emergency management team. And the TMAC, the Texas Emergency Management Conference, is happening on 31st through 3 June. The county EM also participated with the City of Corpus Christi and the National Weather Service yesterday as a part of a town hall meeting for hurricane preparedness. And the Port of Corpus Christi will have a town hall that we will participate in on May 19th at 10. All right, so as the judge mentioned earlier, last week we had a terrific turnout for the hurricane conference. We had about 841 people who registered for the conference and 314 that participated in the hurricane exercise that happened after the conference. And that's all I have today.
Thank you, and just a special thank you to Chief Nim Kidd, Texas Division of Emergency Management, who gave the large keynote on the first day, and his message was really very, very exciting for Texas. They are going to really almost quadruple their efforts statewide with TDM representatives. So we'll have to, Louis, bring them, see if we can get that map for next time, that what we look like today and what we're going to look like in the future, and also the training that will go into the TDM district rep. So right now we have one rep for about 11 counties, and we're about to get 7. That gives you a feel for how important it is. And he said efficiency is killing preparedness. And so this is the time to invest in emergency management. And I really thought that his words were very timely, given all of the calamities that we've gone through. So thank you for helping put that on. And it was an excellent conference. Thanks to all the commissioners that participated and their assistants. Are there any questions for Louis, or shall we move on? Okay. Thank you, Louis. We'll move on. I'm still going to give you a little more time for those minutes. I'm going to go on to the consent, and then you let me know, please. The consent is listed as items A through M, and then I was going to also direct your attention to one that is D1 under purchasing, and it should have been included in consent, and I've been given the go-ahead to include it as well. And so, again, it's items A through M. A through M. Okay, I'll make the motion to.
I need to hold H.
Okay, tell me again. O.
H and M.
Okay, H and M.
Right.
H is in hat.
H and M.
H is in Harry, and M is in Mary.
M and M, H and M.
H and M. Okay, fine. And that leaves us with A through G, and then I through L, plus the item, again, it's 3D1. Is there I'll make the motion. Is there a second? Second.
Sorry.
Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, so let's take H first. This is, I think they could probably clear this one up. This is ministerial. It's an amendment to the sublease agreement that occurred a while back.
So are we at the end of the lease, or what is it? You said extension to February 28, lease rate reduction.
That's correct. So when we approved when the court approved the lease back in probably January, it was through June. Now we're adjusting because we have the agreement with the city. So we just moving to approve it through the end of 28th.
Yeah, that's just earlier.
It's
Correct.
just a cleanup.
Correct.
Okay.
So then we're done with
extending
this?
We're not extending it, and it's on the 28th. We're not paying anything else because that's what we're adjusting the payment as well.
It's just January through February.
So we're not doing this lease anymore?
That's correct.
Okay.
And we already approved it. Now we're backing off on the date, so it's helpful to the county. This is a ministerial.
That's what threw me up with the extension, so I don't know.
Right, so in other words, there's we approved it through June, we're now only.
But now we're just making it
like
clean it up,
and
yeah.
we're done with that lease.
That's correct.
Right, this is, okay.
So moved.
All right, motion and a second. I'll be the second, Kara, sorry. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, and then how about M as in Mary?
You're going to put M there because I just want to clarify. I know there's another thing here for the medical examiner. And I just want to make sure that the 315,000, 3,500 per day, 90 days is coming through the general fund.
Well,
when the court approved the adjustments in the last court, we said it's going to be some savings, for salary savings, and then it has to come everything from the general fund, whatever we're going to.
And I think maybe we could amend this by saying July 18th or whatever's earlier.
Oh, that's correct.
Okay,
That's correct
so I
as
think
well.
that's important.
Yeah.
So it's 90 days or July
Well, you said
18th,
July 18th,
whichever
right?
is
Yeah,
earlier.
we put it as a July 19th,
Yeah.
which is the date.
Right.
But I do, so the whole amount that we're talking about here, is it coming from the general fund or is it funds from that have been saved from the?
It's going to be both. Yeah, it's coming from the savings that we have in department and for the medical examiner department, and probably it's going to be the general fund as well, just to cover
Do we know
everything.
how much is from what and what much is from?
Pardon me?
Do we know how much is from the general fund? How much is from the savings? Do we know that?
I can work on the numbers, Commissioner, and I get you that.
Again, it depends how
They're
many
already
days.
approved
Yeah, I
already.
do need to know what, I just wanted to know what was.
Okay, so will you make a motion then to approve?
Yeah, I'll also move.
All right, I've got a motion. Is there a second? Second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, we are now at, you'll recall that we tabled item 3A1, so if you're following along with us, we've already done 3A1, tabled that one to the next court, which I believe is the 25th? 25th. And again, I would just ask that everybody please review that which was given to you yesterday. Next, we have received the update regarding the American World War II Heritage City Regional Application Submission with the National Park Service. We have an all-star cast here to talk about this. From the city of Corpus Christi, Nina Nixon-Mendez, so happy to have you. Thank you for patiently waiting. And then we also have Jenny Cross in the United Corpus Christi Chamber of Commerce, JJ de la Cerda, of course, your Veterans Service Officer, and Coastal Parks Director Scott Cross. Talk us through this, and then we got to be able to hopefully get everybody a copy. Has that?
Yeah, this should have been attached to your
Right.
agenda.
It-
Okay.
Yes.
I
Digitally.
really want to draw your attention to this. I really hope you take time to read through this. It's very interesting. A lot of history here. Nana worked her tail end off helping us put all this together. And this in and of itself could be its own curated display at a museum somewhere. It could be its own little mini book. But anyhow, this is what we submitted. We got word back that we should know in about 90 days. And from what we understand, we're the only one in Texas that submitted. So this could be a huge deal if we get this thing. So we're all proud of it. And you've already introduced everybody back here that helped us work on this. And so we're really happy.
So I just want to highlight here that this is a regional submission, so it includes the city of Port Aransas, the city of Kingsville, it's 2 counties, Nueces County, and Clayburgh County. We want to thank our friends in Clayburgh. Their rich history lent quite a bit to the story. Of course, you've already paid a lot of kudos to Nina and the whole town hall that JJ and the Veterans Roundtable. Really successful. And also to Cecilia Venable, the Texas Historical Commission, and so many others that contributed.
Our letters of support, I think we've got one. Jenny wrangled all the letters of support. I don't know of
up and down the coast.
Yeah, I don't know of an elected official, whether it be federal or state, that we did not get a letter of support from. I mean, it was phenomenal.
I agree.
So.
This also comes out of a congressional act. So while other, we might be the only one, that would be wonderful because that would mean that we would be declared. One community in each state will receive this designation. And while we'll anxiously wait, the truth is that we see tremendous upward potential for economic development, tourism, potential military trail. This is just enormous. Please take a look at this. It can also be given to you digitally. And the photographs, the memorabilia from people around our community. We want to thank you at this time. And I just want to see if Nina wants to say anything. We needed a curator. So basically we had 10 different authors, but you had to have somebody who understood the style of how we wanted to make this presentation and the history. She is in charge of our historic preservation plan for the city of Corpus Christi and that upcoming update. And I hope that this helps tell our story, Nina.
Thank you. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. This was a tremendous project to be involved in, and I do thank both Nueces and Clayburgh counties for engineering this nomination for our Texas coastal bend cities. The criteria for the submission was to describe our city's home front contributions to World War II efforts, and then secondly, how we preserve our World War II legacy. And we had a tremendous amount of contributors to the project, as the judge has said. We started off with about a 20-page document, and after the World War II town hall and an outpouring of information from many groups and organizations, it became a 38-page document. And again, I thank you for the opportunity to work on the project. As the judge said, this really has some wonderful implications with respect to heritage tourism efforts, and we could use this document as a framework for future self-guided tours, exhibits, and other ways to communicate how we preserve and honor our World War II heritage.
Thank you.
Judge, recently I had a chance to visit with the city manager of Kingsville, Mark McLaughlin. A lot of you know he's a former commander at NAS Kingsville, now city manager there, and he's an aviator, of course. And so we were just talking about different things in the area. He mentioned as an aviator flying up and down the coast that you will see many former airstrips from World War II are still have that pattern of the airstrips along up and down the Gulf Coast here in Texas. So I thought that was pretty neat. And so I don't know if that's part of this or if that can be included somehow. And so I know he's a great source of information, but like you said, it's regional, it's all of us in it together. And so hopefully that tidbit, along with all the other pluses that we have in our, being a military town and community, also goes and helps us get this designation. But thank you all for your work.
And while it did take this huge village, it took one special person to say, wow, look at this, Judge, let's apply. And so kudos to Scott Cross and his friends at U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. The fact is you're a friendly guy, and those friendships pay huge dividends. Your friendship with U.S. Fish and Wildlife led them to say, hey, maybe you should consider this. And that really just steamrolled into this incredible project. And I think years from now, we're going to be so proud of what we're able to do. JJ came in, and again, I know you look at your packets, but take this one home on the weekend. From the USS Lexington, the only naval carrier in the state of Texas, Captain Banta from the Port of Corpus Christi's contributions. You'll be shocked from the war bond effort. Everything you see in here is documented from Corpus Christians. That's what's, from all of the communities that participated, from Port A. Bishop had a huge role here as well. Just wonderful. So, again, Congressional Act in 2019, and I think this is really going to be very special. So let's bring you back when we get that final word, and appreciate it. Ginny from the Chamber.
Thanks, Judge. I just wanted to say what a pleasure it was to work on this project, and so rare that something was so uniting and with such great enthusiasm for it. So I think it's going to work out for us. I know that Cornyn's office and Cloud's office are in contact with National Park Service about this, so they're working for us behind the scenes. So
Awesome. As soon as you know something.
Yes.
And also
we'll plan a big event.
And just something small. Everybody did such great work here. It would be nice to just do a follow-up for all the communities that did help us and just let them know what we know right now. Like, for example, I don't know if Port A, if we could get on their schedule, but again, to do the same thing you're doing here in Kingsville and in Port A, especially those jurisdictions. Nina, if you could do anything at the city, I just want to make sure the packet's in every elected's hands.
I ran into Judge Madrid at the Hurricane Conference on Thursday, and I told him, I said I needed to come down there and present to their Commissioner's Court, because they did give us a letter of support. And Commissioner Salinas, which is Commissioner Chesney's counterpart for Precinct 4 down there, I updated him as well before we put in the application to make sure they were okay with it. And then I guess it was whoever you had reach out for the letter of support. But yeah, we need to get out there and update them. We should probably get on the City Council in Port A, give them an update, which would, bring in Papa and everybody else over there. So
agreed.
Me and JJ will schedule getting down on the Commissioner's Court in Claymore County.
Wonderful collective work. Such a wonderful project. Thank you again. Thanks to all. Of course, that was presentation only at this time. How do you feel about the minutes, Commissioner?
I'm good now.
You're
I read them
good?
if everybody else is.
Okay, that'd be great. If we could get a motion, so we just don't have to go back, Kara. It's nice to finish it.
Excuse me, Judge?
Accept the following, yes.
Are you talking about the minutes?
I-1.
I-1, I like to table that.
Which one?
You'd like to,
I just got this today.
Oh,
No.
I don't think
No,
that's.
it's not.
the minutes.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
The
I
minutes.
apologize.
No, the minutes.
I-1 is April 27th, 2022, and May 5th, 2022, and these are the accepting of the minutes.
Well, no, he's asking, yeah, you're saying you haven't had a chance to read the minutes
Yeah.
that we just got.
Well, that's not what he was holding up.
That's I-1.
I was holding this up.
Oh.
It's E1,
Oh, E1,
Something
not
else.
I-1, okay.
3E1.
This is I-1.
Said I-1, I mean, I just,
I
No.
apologize.
making sure. Okay, so you're good on
Okay.
I-1?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
my
you've
bad.
got,
So move to, motion to pass them.
I'll second.
Approve the minutes. sorry.
Okay, all those in favor.
Accept the minutes, sorry. I'll get it right.
Okay,
Aye.
all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, now we've got those minutes for the clerk. So now we're in regular agenda, and we've gone through 1 and 2. We have an important approval of MOU, that's that Memorandum of Understanding with the Coastal Bend Food Bank for the benefit of Keach Family Library. Ida got us here. It also helps the Bishop Branch Library and the Law Library. It's relating to making the food bank's backpack program available to all our summer library programs. Ida, welcome. Tell us about this MOU.
I was going to say good morning, good afternoon.
Yeah, we've hit the afternoon now.
How are you, Judge, Commissioners? And we were able to get this memorandum of understanding, and I'd like to say thank you very much to Jenny and her crew over there at the county attorneys. They're always working on our memorandums and any legal matters. And but it went through, and so we'd like for y'all's approval for us to be able to provide these backpacks through the food bank. And this year, last year we only had it at the Keach and at the Bishop Branch, and this year we were able to add it to the law library. So they will also be helping us distribute these backpacks for any families in need. And all they have to do is contact us as soon as the program begins, and we will start that program in, I guess, sometime in mid-June. And this is for everyone, for the Keach Library, Bishop Branch. So we are helping everybody in the community for backpacks.
Okay, thank you. I'll make the motion to approve this MOU with the food bank and our libraries. I've got a motion and a second. Are there any questions, discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, any opposed? All right, hearing none, we'll bring Scott Cross back up. And Scott wins the I've Got Nothing But Great News Award today. Discuss and consider the approval of a grant award from the Texas General Land Office, Project of Special Merit. It's a grant that was relating to the Living Shoreline Project and public access at Packery Channel Nature Park. As they say, in case anybody has drifted, this is the time to really focus here. This is an amazing announcement.
So we got $3,678,000 awarded to us. There's no match involved in this. Attached is a conceptual drawing that I put on the agenda for y'all to see. This is the Packery Channel that runs underneath the bridge out there all along the island. It separates basically North Padre Island from Mustang Island. And this is at our Packery Channel Nature Park, which I know some of you've been out there. I know Commissioner has, and Judge, and I think Jag has. Modest, I'm not sure, or Commissioner Modest, I'm not sure if you've been out there. I think you have at Packery Channel. And Hernandez, you're welcome anytime if you hadn't been out there. But this is basically what we're doing is we've had problems with the shoreline and eroding for quite some time. Years ago, when I looked at doing this, you could not get a Corps permit except through an individual permit process, which takes a very long time. And then they've made living shorelines nationwide. And under a nationwide permit, the Corps can say, okay, we can issue your permit with all the agency comments. There is some questions still on the permit, though, about the linear feet, that we may be just exceeding nationwide linear feet that's allowed. So we got a GEM, that's a joint evaluation meeting coming up on June the 7th with all the regulatory agencies. By execution of this contract, the court accepting the award and execution of this contract, the county attorney's office has looked at it. Everything looks good to them, and it's pretty much boilerplate stuff we do with the General Land Office all the time. And so we suspect probably this project, once we get our permit, if we have to get an individual permit, we suspect about 2 years to complete this project. It's going to be important to note that at some point, this shoreline is heavily, heavily used by fishermen, especially when the black drum are running through the channel there. And so they fish from the banks. And so we came up with this concept to where you have the timber pier, so you can still fish without the breakwaters, the riprap, being in your way. And so what we're going to do, we're going to stabilize the bank there, and then we're going to take dredge material behind that, and then we're going to refurbish the wetland area. We're going to gain back the land that we lost from erosion. You'll see a little connection there next to our neighbor there, Brian Gully. One of the things that we may have to do, I may have to leave a little space there. I've got to check with the GLO because they did question that. But anyhow, the erosion that we sustained on this shoreline is just, it's been growing year after year. At first, when they opened up the channel, that's when we saw a lot of it. Then it stabilized, but there's a no wake zone right out there. If you look at your drawing, over to the very far left-hand side, you'll see something out there in the water. That's a no wake sign. And so what that means is that these boats are coming off and getting on plane and coming off plane. And so all that wake, you know how a boat, when it slows down or speeds up, pushes out all that wake, it's still causing erosion problems for us and northeast winds. But this is going to fix all that. The only thing this is not going to address, that we're going to have to address, and I did put it in my budget request, is Packard Channel Nature Park Road. That road is in horrible condition. Anyhow, and so, but actually, once we finish this, there's a couple other elements. This is a Tier 1 project as far as the General Land Office's resiliency plan. And Judge, you're familiar with that. I've been working on that technical advisory committee for many years. And so this was part of that plan. And so actually, we were estimating 2.3, and we ended up getting just under 4 million. So, and there's no match, which is a good thing. And then there's some other elements back into the park that are still going to be part of the next producing of the updating of the resiliency plan. I've already talked to the GLO about, and they're good with. But that's really about it. Coastal parks, actually it was Megan who did all the heavy lifting on this and helped me write this. Considering she's just been here just a little over a year, we've already got a great return on her investment, that's for sure. And but yeah, we're good to go. We'll handle all the grant reporting and everything. So
That's fantastic. Are there any questions here about the schematic, the work that's going to be done? Obviously, the erosion is so difficult to control, but this is exactly the medicine that we need. I know this is just, how many linear feet again, did you say? 5?
No, it's more like a little over 1,000.
1,000? Okay. And so do you see further work here maybe in the future?
Well, there is 2 landowners to the west of us. And I think one of the pieces of property was up for sale. And years ago, I don't know, Commissioner Gonzalez may remember this, when we only had 20 acres out there. I don't know if this happened when you were commissioner or not, Commissioner Chesney. We only had 20 acres. And so we got another 18, and it was Charlie Zahn, who was chair of our board, who spearheaded that through whatever they did to get our divided interest undivided. And so we're able to add 18. But those 2 properties to the west of us, understand they have issues with even considering developing these things because they've got so many tidal flats and wetlands that they'd never be able to afford to mitigate for the impacts. So we are looking at a possible another grant in the future to be able to purchase that and turn it into more of our Packard Channel Nature Park. Mm-hmm. And then because I can't get using this money to stabilize their shoreline because it's private property.
Got it.
But and Gully's shoreline and all those other homeowners, it's already hardened. There's a sheet pile there, and so they're stable.
Okay, that's great. Very good. Well, I'll make the motion at this time.
Didn't one time didn't we put a bid out there on those acres that those owners? Didn't we actually put a bid out there trying to purchase that?
No, Commissioner, we had to get an appraisal of the property, the 18 acres that we got, but somehow there were 2 other owners, Francis Gandy and another person that were co-owning with us. And so what we did is we took our 18 acres and separated them out, but then we had to grant them an easement because they can't be landlocked.
He came to court he came to court.
Yeah, that a long time ago, and I really wasn't involved in too many of the details. Charlie was really working on all that at the time with, I can't remember what commissioner in precinct 4 at the time, and then Judge Neal.
I think it was too. I don't
It was
think it was
McComb.
me.
Okay.
Judge Neal and Joe McComb.
But
Well-
we actually changed the Packery Channel Nature Park. Used to be just called Packery Channel Park, and it was under Commissioner Caslis in 2010. He wanted to give it the Nature Park designation, which was really forward-thinking, because then from there we could write our master plan for that particular park to manage it as a nature park, and that's what we've done, and why we've done all the habitat.
It's one of the most beautiful. It'd be lovely to have like a 360, like one of those virtual video tours.
Yeah.
That's something maybe you guys can put in the back pocket.
Yeah,
so to say.
and it's on our webpage too. If
It
y'all don't
is.
know, we got a new webpage.
It's fantastic. Thank you. Well, my motion is to approve this grant award from the Texas General Land Office, Project of Special Merit. It's, again, relating to the Living Shoreline Project and public access. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Good job, Scott. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
for
we're
this.
real proud of this.
Stick around, you have another one.
Yep.
Item number 5 is discuss and consider Coastal Park's request for additional funding for fuel for underground storage tanks at Packery Maintenance Yard. And we have already established the funding source for this, but you can go ahead and let us know.
Yeah, this is not a fun one. I just want to officially get on the record that in my 14 years as department head, this is the first time I have ever had to come to the court for help without doing line item transfers in my budget and working with Dale's office. I just don't have it. I've got one of the skinniest budgets I've ever had since I've been here. And I was willing to do that because y'all needed help last year. And so, but our fuel, my God, I mean, I stopped and put fuel in my county vehicle the other day, and 15 gallons of gas cost me $60. And, we've had some, just the guys I've been encouraging our guys with our fleet vehicles to use the fuel tanks more than the fuel cards, because it's more expensive at the pump than when we buy it in bulk. But my fuel cost right now has gone up since this time last year. My diesel's up 50%.
Everybody's.
Yeah, and anyhow, I just want y'all to know I don't come asking this very lightly, because I find a way to work within my own budget, and I'm sure Dale can testify to that. I've never done this, so this is a very rare thing, and I promise you it will always be a very rare thing.
I can recall a couple of times that you did, but it's okay.
Oh, okay.
And
Hey,
I don't
so
know.
where are we getting the money on this here?
So go ahead and identify the source.
Yes, Commissioner, we're going to do it from the general fund. It's going to be part of that. We're going to do a transfer.
General fund?
That's correct.
Okay, is there a motion to?
Why general fund? I mean, is there any other source?
The general fund is the main funding source for all the departments, mainly, Commissioner.
I know that we provide the budget to everybody, but I'm saying this is not part of the budget. This is that one something else. But so there's no other source that we can hit besides the general fund.
Commissioner Chesney could pay for it.
Yeah, like I do everything else.
I'm not asking that.
I'm not throwing anything at Chesney. I'm just asking. So I need some answers.
The county judge could help too.
I'd be happy to. I'm the one that actually funded for the entire, we found the allocation for the 80,000 for the
Fuel tanks?
For the fuel tanks.
That's correct.
Right.
That's
But
correct.
again, I'm happy to help. But again, the general fund is the appropriate place for
Yeah, I
it.
mean, it's like anything else that comes out of it.
Right. I mean, that's where it belongs.
Okay, well, the thing is, I'm asking that because every time we say something about the general fund, everybody jumps and hoops like we're not supposed to spend no money from the general fund.
Well, I think the question on the general fund is, does that take us over budget, or does that take us where?
Well,
I mean, that would be for Dale. to
And
tell us.
obviously, I mean, we're using it because it's absolutely necessary. That's the main purpose of using it.
Everything's necessary when we ask.
Yeah,
for it.
that's correct.
But anyway, I just want to make sure that, I mean, when we come back to the well, and I don't want to hear people saying, well, we're going to take out general fund, it shouldn't be a problem, right? I mean, so.
Correct.
And then the 60,000 is just a guesstimate based on usage so far this year that you're going to have to use for the rest of the year.
Yeah, with all our heavy equipment and vehicles and everything.
That will be the cap?
Yeah, based on what fuel's costing us now too. You know, it wasn't costing us this much when we funded our fuel budget last year. Y'all know that.
Is there a motion, Judge? Did you make it
yeah.
second?
Motion to approve, and there's a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign.
Thank you all. This is
Okay.
important too, because those tanks become very strategic when we get
Yeah.
into hurricane season.
Okay, stick
How many
around.
gallons do they hold?
9,000 each.
How many do you have?
I've got two, and right now I'm down to less than 310 and unleaded, and less than 920 in diesel. So I'm really, really down.
What were those numbers?
They each hold 9,000 apiece,
9,000.
and I'm down to 310 gallons, or less than 310 in unleaded, and I'm below 920 in diesel gallons.
18,000.
Out of the 9,000 that those tanks
Yeah.
hold that you normally, okay,
Yep.
gotcha.
So they're pretty dry.
18,000. All right, sir.
And by
Thank you.
2030, you'll be talking, electric vehicles, and so maybe these are not the,
I mean,
are not the,
yeah, I mean, if
woes
they
of the
can,
future.
if they can get a front end loader to work on batteries, I'd be all for it.
Well, you've seen some of those 18-wheelers they're working on electric. It's incredible. Okay, and boats, for that matter. We're going to move on, Scott, but stick around. There's others that could potentially affect your
Really?
coastal parks. The next one, discuss and consider the allocation of sales proceeds from the Alastair property in Port Aransas to county projects. This was the sale of property that the court approved not too long ago, maybe even 2 weeks ago, for final execution. And I had made the suggestion that some of those proceeds be utilized for the boardwalk that I'm very concerned about at Briscoe King Pavilion, because the GLO doesn't like the Band-Aid. They want to make certain that boardwalk is complete, and I think it's about a $500,000 project all in all. Commissioner Chesney, you have some ideas for these proceeds. That's my idea, is to dedicate some of those proceeds to that boardwalk at Briscoe King
The
Pavilion.
amount of the proceeds we're looking at.
The amount is 925.
Is that the proceeds?
Okay.
Is that that we got?
Jenny, do you mind confirming? 925?
There was probably some closing costs.
Could be a little less.
Yes. And then, was that signed off on and sent
Yeah,
out?
did y'all close?
It was, well, we have not closed on it, but I've signed all the documents, yes.
So, Judge, my strong feeling on this, and this is similar to, part of this is similar to what we did before when we bought when we sold the port property. We were able to put a good chunk of that. In other words, that was over $6 million, and so what I had brought forth then was to put a portion of that in the reserves for the county to benefit the county as a whole. About $3 million of that 6 point whatever ended up going into the county reserves. Based on my request and the courts acknowledging that. And that's where this stemmed from too. I think any time that we sell land, we ought to put some of it in reserve, use some of the money for reserve, and that's why I came up with the 35%. I think I put that 35%. I went back and forth on this a couple times, and I'm looking for my backup in the reserves, and then also had a strong feeling that some of the money should be used that we got out of Port Aransas in Port Aransas, just like, if we end up selling other properties in other parts of the county, I think that part of the county ought to benefit somewhat as well for stuff of that nature. And so my suggestion on this was to allocate 30. What did I put in here? And I'm sorry.
I think you said
35%, 65%.
35, 65.
35% go to reserves and 65% to be allocated to an unfunded project in the coastal parks area in Port Aransas, but in the city of Port Aransas.
Can you get the gas from there? And from that money there, can you buy the?
Well, I guess.
Well, technically, are you saying on your motion that 35% would go to GF or?
To the general fund reserves,
Okay.
right? So 35%, and that's kind of.
Well, it's different than the reserves as being,
No,
if
to
you
the
have
reserves,
two cash reserves.
Yes, cash
General
reserves.
fund.
That's general fund reserves. That's what I did with the port sale. So I'm just trying to be consistent and do the same thing and put some of that towards the general fund reserves in a manner that we've done it before. Dale can kind of, I don't remember how exactly we did it, but Dale found a way to do it where it was.
I didn't realize you could just allocate two reserves.
We have a budget policy that y'all adopt every year that requires us to record every sale of asset into a special revenue account. Y'all have
Okay.
a resolution that y'all pass every year.
Okay, so it'll
there's
just
change in
go.
that resolution.
So we'd have to change that, Commissioner.
And I don't know how we did it the first time. So it was, Dale, if you remember, we went through this where we ended up substituting some projects. I can't remember what we did, but it was just I don't know the legalities of doing it. I've got to get with Dale on it because I can't remember how we did it the last time, but we ended up getting several $1 million into the reserves that way. And then, again, a lot this to the coastal parks department with approval by the Commissioners Court to do an unfunded project in Port Aransas based on that.
And what unfunded project do you think you might have?
I don't have that.
Do you mind if I ask Scott Cross what unfunded projects Coastal Parks has?
Well, they've got a big wish list. We'd have to pull out the wish list and see.
Well, I don't, do
Yeah,
you?
Yeah.
I don't know of one.
The boardwalk certainly needs to get fixed at some point.
In Port A?
Yeah, no, that's in Padre.
Right, that's what he's saying.
Oh, in Port A.
Port A.
I don't really have anything right now other than that elevated restroom shower facility that was on the beach that we demoed down to the elevated concrete pad.
Well,
because
would you accept that as the project? I'm uncomfortable with not designating it to something because we have so many concerns and issues that are countywide, and we need, the time value of money is now. It's now.
I was just going to give the Coastal Parks Board a chance to weigh in, but if that's what Scott wants to represent, and
Well,
that's
something like
just
that.
subject to the Coastal Parks.
I would agree
I
with
just wanted
that.
them to have a
we
look
don't
at it.
know. We don't know how. We feel strongly. Me and the board do feel strongly. There's a way to repurpose that elevated structure. You don't want to lose it
For bathrooms?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
the GLO will never let you put it back there.
Okay, so how about, can you make your motion? And again, I'm not certain that you can put him to reserves. I think that you need to say it's to a special revenue. But again, I don't understand how you're going to take special revenue and get it inside your 25%.
Basically, I think we substituted some projects. They'll have to go back and look at, subject to the auditor reviewing it and coming up with a way that's legitimate and legal and above board. But we've done it before with projects.
I think it was questioned before, to be honest with you. But I think the general premise is you want 35% to go into a special revenue and 65% to be directed to coastal parks for a future Port A project.
And if you want to,
building you were talking?
and if we want to designate it towards that project, subject to the
I mean,
coastal parks.
that's an important one.
Is that the building is that the building you're trying to fix?
Well, if we allocate this
No.
to a special revenue fund, we can tell the special revenue fund how to fund the special, so we can definitely put it in there and reserve it for this function, but according to the resolution y'all passed during budget cycle, it tells me that I'm required to establish a special revenue fund and account for every sale of assets in that fund.
Right. I guess what I'm saying, Commissioner Chesney, is that your goal is not achievable, at least the way we have it. You wanted it to go to general fund to help the county have a stronger balance at the end of the year. Right. That's not possible by our own rules, but we could, I mean, I don't know how that would work.
All I'm trying to do is put an amount of money to help the county as the whole, on the whole. And if it's special revenue, again, we've done this before where we were able to figure out how to move some projects to where that money got put into reserves, and we put that money into that project, Dale. I think you'll have to go back and look at it. The intent is simply to spread the wealth. That's really all I'm trying to do here is to try to put some in for the rest of the county, and then put this towards a project in Port Aransas, because it's money coming out of Port Aransas. Just like if Robert got something sold in his part, or John did, I would want that part of the county to benefit significantly from the sale of that property.
So why don't we just follow the rule for now, which is you're going to place the sale of assets into the special revenue as per our own court policy. However, it's subject to at least the court's directive that 65% be transferred for a project that Coastal Parks determines is one that they would like to recommend
in Port Aransas.
Right.
Right.
Okay, and then at that 35%, I guess there might be an opportunity for the court to think that we could use that 35% revenue for another project in the county.
And that's fine.
And that's the only way to really do it.
You used the word transferred. I don't think we.
Well, he's going to allocate, if you come with us to come with a project,
Okay.
like the restoration of those bathrooms.
Which I think is a great
Okay,
project.
which is a great one because it That's one that actually,
Public get to see
public
it, touch it.
infrastructure
Yeah.
that is in disrepair.
And we've got to do it somehow.
Right.
So this is at least a way to do it with funds
Right.
that doesn't come out of the general fund.
Right, so let us bring another agenda item to a budget change order to work on that after you
Okay.
create that awareness with your park board. Typically, Troy Adler does listen in, but if he's not listening in today, create that awareness of what happened and transpired here today in court. Today, I think the best motion is intention gets documented for the clerk,
So
right?
Judge, I guess.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah, for the clerk, I would just make a motion, and you're saying, Dale, all of this has to go into special revenue, but then we
Yes.
can direct.
When y'all pass the further budget has to do that, then we can determine how to best do this. If we have the ways to transfer 35% of the general fund, we can. We need to make sure we follow the order as is, then we can work the process
What
out.
we can say is, I would make a motion to allocate all of the sales proceeds to the special revenue fund, with the intent being that 65% of those will be then reallocated, subject to the auditor's approval, towards the project that we discussed
Yes,
in Coastal Parks signing off on, and the
Yes.
other 35% being allocated to the general fund or another project in other parts of the county that there is a need for. Is
that sounds good to me. I'll second that.
that good, Karen? Okay.
See, you didn't even know why you were staying. Scott, look at you there. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign. Okay. The next item is posted as discussed and consider status regarding the policy and procedures for wetlands mitigation pursuant to the engagement letter with Baker Watering LLP, but that's going to be an executive session item, so we'll hold on that one. The next one is discuss and consider ratification of premium pay under ARPA. That's the American Rescue Plan Act for law enforcement.
Why is that an executive session item? It's just
Why? Because it's,
clarification on.
sure. Jenny, would you let him, he wants to know why there's clarification on that.
Wanted clarification on what we did.
Well, I think this is, Commissioner Gonzalez put this one on.
Yeah.
And as far as advising the county on anything, I think you would probably want to have that in executive first, but
This is just on the wetlands mitigation.
Right, it's a legal document.
Wetland mitigation and the mitigation bank. Those are the two things we hired him to do back in 2020, in January.
Yeah, and we're going to get to hear from him during executive session. Since it's a legal document that has legal implications, it would be a good idea to hear from
I
him.
understand that what would be legal. If we hired him to do two things, all I need for him to present those two things that were done back in 2020, because we paid him in 2020. You know, I mean, we paid him in October of 2020, we paid him the full amount for creating those two, and I've never seen those two. And I've asked him for a copy of those two, and I haven't got it. So my question is still, were those two items done? Were they produced? Were they created? And we never got a copy of it? I mean, if we get a copy of it, it should have a date of 2020.
So we discussed this at the last time it was brought up, and an explanation was given that it would be important to discuss these items in executive session as they could have future impact on, in this case, the cease and desist letter. And we provided that explanation.
There's a
and
connection there with the cease and desist letter, Judge. I'm sorry.
There is,
There's
and
not.
it was provided to us by our counsel, and
I have no connection with the cease and desist letter.
it has actually a
This
lot
happened
of
back in
connection.
2020, we hired him to do two things, and I just want those two things.
I understand. I understand. I think if you'll allow him the opportunity to explain in executive session, that's usually where you consult with your county attorney or your outside counsel. You can get the answers to your questions and also the specifics, but I have legal questions that are obviously would impact Nueces County. So at this time, we'll take that into executive session, and then if there's an opportunity to address items in open session, we can at that time.
So I'm a little unclear on this too, because to me, there's a definite differentiation between the cease and desist and the wetland mitigation plan, because that was when we hired the law firm, and I think I even made the motion, that was what we hired him to do, was to do a mitigation plan. I don't know where that, not the other stuff, but I don't know where that crosses over into.
Well, how about if we go to executive session and he can explain it?
Well, no, so we should explain now.
No, I'm saying I don't know where.
Well, we've already gone over this.
No, this is just the wetland mitigations.
Okay, but the wetland mitigation policy, as was explained by our council the last time, has potential ramifications for the mitigation that you actually have a conflict of interest in. So I think we should pause
I don't have a conflict of
and
interest.
go into the explanation.
Well, I don't have a conflict of
It was
interest.
done back
but-
in 2020. That's all I'm asking for. I'm not asking nothing to happen in 2022. I'm asking for those two things we were supposed to do, which is one is the mitigation bank and also the policy for wetland mitigation. And I haven't seen those two. I haven't seen those two items. It was paid in October 2020, and I don't have them.
Well, he did provide us that plan that we had. So first of all, just for the record, Judge, I don't have a conflict of interest. I'm voluntarily recusing myself, so I want to make sure that's clear because that's a very different legal term. Second, I don't want to have any discussion with him out here about the cease and desist, but I don't think it's attorney-client privilege to bring forth a mitigation plan that I don't know why that would be, an issue.
Again, we're happy to discuss this in open session, but we have our counsel here.
Maybe he could answer
He
why
could
we can't have it out here?
he could address, maybe not answer, but he could address whether or not we should take this up in executive session and perhaps why, but you'd have to go to the microphone.
Yeah,
and we can do that.
Yeah, I just don't know why we can't have that discussion publicly on the mitigation
Again,
plan.
it's almost like a rerun. We've literally had the same discussion. Let's have here from our counsel.
No, it's not a rerun, Judge. Go ahead.
Yeah, it is.
Why can't we have this discussion about the mitigation plan, not the cease and desist, but the mitigation plan? Why should that be something we should be concerned about in attorney-client privilege?
That's a question I need to answer in executive session. And I'd like to report on the other matter in executive session because there have been very recent developments on that I think would inform the commissioner's decision on this very issue and other issues as well.
Okay, so there's nothing you feel like we can discuss out here in regard to the mitigation plan? Just the mitigation plan?
2020.
Well, we may be able to discuss things about the mitigation plan in open session. I would like to advise the commissioners in closed session about the ramifications of their discussing these issues in open session. In other words, I need to advise the Commissioners Court about what I see as the issues of bringing the mitigation plan up in those open session.
And whether we want to,
and then the commissioner can make a
right. I don't even
commissioner can make an informed decision on that very issue.
Right. So
that's the same thing for the. I'm sorry. That's the same thing for the policy that was supposed to be created back then. We're supposed to develop a mitigation policy for the county. Never saw that.
Well, he gave it to us, I think.
No, but that was dated March 2022. Right. I want to see the copy you did in 2020. Right. We paid you in 2020.
If the commission is telling me that I need to answer questions in open sessions without hearing,
is it your advice? Is it your advice to do these
Sure.
Just
real quick. Will you be able in executive session to distinguish so that I can listen to part and not be involved in part? Because I do want to know about this. I do need to understand this mitigation plan, which is where we all started on this. So will you be able to separate that out so that I can, because I'd like to know about that part of it.
I do believe I can parse it.
Okay.
And yes, it is my recommendation to the Commissioners Court that both issues be taken up in executive session, certainly to hear about my report on the other matter.
I can live with that.
And what you're answering right now, what you're directing us or advising us, is that any different than what you've already told us?
Yeah, there have been a recent development that I'd like to.
But I mean, your recommendation in general until hold off all discussions, isn't that been the recommendation to always keep it in executive session first?
That is
correct. Not to hold back, but to first advise and then allow for public discussion as all executive session items are normally handled. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So we're not following anything different?
That is correct.
What would be advisable or what we have done before in practice?
With regard to this matter, that is
correct. With regard to this matter. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we'll move on for right now and go into item number 8, which is the premium pay. This is a ratification of what we've already done. It's for the law enforcement. It does include the constables and sheriffs in Nueces County under the collective bargaining agreement. This is the ratification of the premium pay under ARPA.
Judge,
I don't know who wants to take this.
I did this one, I'm sorry. This
Go
was
ahead.
a clarification. I don't think when we did it before the last motion, it was pointed out that all the motion that was made was for law enforcement that were included in collective bargaining, and that the intent was to include my intent was to include the constables and the sheriff in that as well. And so that would just be my motion, was to include the constables and sheriffs in that same motion.
So the elected officers.
Yes, ma'am.
The problem is with that is I think that there was some discussion as to whether, I don't know if Treasury has given advice, but they had excluded electeds from ARPA.
They've been getting paid. They've been getting.
Well,
We did.
I just know that we were waiting on that. We had made a request so that the Treasury would understand it. And I thought the sheriff had asked to be excluded. Is he asking to be included?
Started the premium pay, all 5 constables and the sheriff agreed to be paid for the premium pay, and we made the first 2 payments for premium pay for those particular individuals. I know Haggerty's working with the Treasury to see if this is an allowable expense for a law enforcement officer being an elected official. This, even if it's not rescinded, the amount of funds are very, very minimal.
Right. I just want to point out that Haggerty had already advised us that we have not had a final determination from Treasury on electeds.
Hey, Dale?
Above the 78%.
I thought somebody, anybody that made above 78 or 78,000 was excluded. Yes. Okay.
But y'all made sure law enforcement didn't meet that requirement. Y'all said law enforcement didn't.
No, I'm talking about the sheriff.
He's law enforcement.
I know, but doesn't he make 78,000?
Law enforcement does not qualify for the 150. Y'all made that vote. Said we're not counting law enforcement that for the 150.
But it's been some time ago.
But the court said that for law enforcement.
Yeah, we did that piece correct. I was just worried about where we are on the final determination. We could always come back, I suppose, and just provide that, but I just wanted you to know that was a concern.
Right, and Haggerty had actually given us the okay to do this originally. They may have changed their opinion, and that's certainly fine that we can go back and look at. So I'm happy to make this motion subject to the
If you don't
auditor,
mind.
subject to the auditor and the county attorney acknowledging that it's legal and legitimate to do. So, but I just want to include them in it if they can be included in it, and then if they can't, then someone needs to explain to them why they can't.
Right, and just to remind you, the reason the confusion here is that what Haggerty helped us do is overcome the 150 and overcome the 78.
There's got to be a distinction on this. When last court we moved the collective bargaining agreement as well as cadets to a retention pay, not premium pay. So we cannot do a retention pay for elected official because they're always retained.
Exactly.
So they must stay as a premium pay for those 5 elected constables and the sheriff.
That's correct. So that's the distinction.
Right, and that was a new distinction that was made from the last time we did it, because prior to when we did this 4 or 5 months ago, Haggerty said we could do it the way we did it, and then it changed, and that's fine.
Well, the final rules changed in January.
That's what I'm saying. They changed, but Haggerty gave us, we did it based on Haggerty's original, then the final rules changed, things change, I get it. I'm just saying whatever we can do, my motion is to include them in it, subject to it being okay to do. Legitimate.
I think that's fine. We'll get back to you on it.
Right.
All right, that way they know that the intention is there.
Right.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. The next one is the funding of repairs to the office infrastructure at the medical examiner's office to provide a safe and efficient working environment after the elevated use during the COVID-19 pandemic. This was part of our discussion from last time.
Yeah, we already voted on
Commissioner
that one.
Gonzalez?
Well, we already voted on that one.
I agree. I thought we had already done 50,000 for the ambiance, so to speak, the carpet, the
I
paint.
think what I meant on this one here was to the backup that we provided last week on the diagram that one 10%. I had it and I gave everybody a copy of it. That would cost $5 million to add another section to the medical examiner and demo with the main building and create the offices there. So they really would upgrade the medical examiner's off building and to be able to function. And since we get a new medical examiner, I mean, I think this is probably the time to do it, so.
So, are you interested in showcasing what you have right now?
Sure.
I have multiple thoughts here on this, and I'd like to see what you have and.
I gave it to you.
No, I'm talking, Juan's going to come up and talk about it. The issue here, that's what's going to be better. He's got it on a thumb drive. The issue here is that the medical examiner's office is a medical facility, and we have a new medical examiner coming in July, and it seems to me that before we do anything, he should be the one to assist us in formulating what this office needs from an infrastructure point of view. In addition, we already have the Smith Group retained. Literally, we have a contract with them. They are experts in the field of forensic medical examiners' offices. And I don't understand how this happened because, again, there was with no consultation of a medical professional or anybody who has medical expertise. This is premature, but very welcomed. It's a welcome to be able to do it, but it's premature.
Also has that background.
So we already have the Smith Group, and I believe that the hiring of CLK was very premature and quite frankly not done in a spirit of.
We're asking right now, Judge. We didn't say we hired them. They're not hired. This is why we presented this, so that we can talk about it and see what we want to do.
Well, if we're going to use.
Group might be okay, but maybe they're too expensive. Maybe we need to go to the next level and get what we need to get.
Well, let me just suggest that if you're going to use federal funds, you have to follow the federal rules, which is 2 CFR 200, which would require this to be RFQ'd the way we did it with the Smith Group. The Smith Group is the county's go-to architects on the medical examiner's office. And so they are the ones that have the expertise. So again, I'm happy to see it, happy to discuss it, but I'm going to ask that this be tabled because it doesn't even have the blessing of our current chief medical examiner who has been hired to come in July. And we have not made an analysis of whether this would be chasing, putting good money in a bad building. So I think.
It's not a bad building.
Well, I think it's already been analyzed by engineers to be a bad building. It's already been ranked as a high priority. Again, we might need to have.
But not the outside.
It would be nice if I could finish. It's already been ranked as a building that needs to be replaced. And so I have concerns about putting in that amount of money to this building and not a new building. But I agree that if there's infrastructure problems, we would want to correct those. But again, we went through the time, trouble, and expense of hiring the Smith Group. And I don't understand how CLK got brought on because that it doesn't meet the requirements, the federal requirements, and it's not in the spirit of working with this new chief who wants to build a new office. I would ask that we listen to Juan because he's gone through that trouble, but that you take all of these great plans and on July 18th, you work with our new chief medical examiner, and if he thinks this is great, but why would we want to presume, none of us are doctors here, we've not run a medical examiner's facility. You either need to find somebody who's done that kind of work, which guess what, we already did and we hired them, or you'll have them work with this group in conjunction with those medical professionals. Again, Juan, go ahead.
Okay. Judge and Commissioners, this is some exhibits that COK put together. The first exhibit is the existing conditions of the facility, where you have your autopsy and also your administration, where you can see the blues, where they do the more of the autopsy, and then the orange on the bottom part is more of the administration offices where they have their conference room and their main entrance. The second exhibit is just a blow up of the existing facility, and it's approximately about 5,000 square feet total. The next exhibit, please. This is in talking to COK, this is a proposed, on the left-hand side would be the proposed facility, which is approximately about a little bit over 5,000 square feet. But this would be where all the autopsy, new refrigeration, and we would be able to tie in the new facility with the existing facility, and then come back and phase out the existing facility to create office spaces. Next exhibit, please. And you can look at the bottom part, where the square footage on the tables. Scroll over to the right. The administration building would be up 5,000 square feet based on phase 1 and phase 2, and then the autopsy would be 6,600 square feet. This would kind of just shows kind of like a sequence of construction if this project if the court would go this route. It would be phased out. In other words, you would do first the autopsy of the new building, tie it into the existing building, and then recommend to phase it out with the red, start demoing that portion of the existing facility. Do the blue portion, and then come back and do the red portion of the existing facility to create a new office space. Next slide, please. And then this would be the layout where you do I'm going to call it the top part of the existing facility. You would come back and renovate the bottom part to create office spaces on also a conference room. On the first part, they would create a break room, some administration offices, and next slide. And this would be the whole new facility together. So in other words, you would have a brand new autopsy building tied into the existing facility with the administration offices. Next one. And this would be kind of like a recommendation of the parking lot. Scroll out a little bit, zoom out a little bit, Ken. You would create some new parking lot in front of the existing facility and also of the new facility, and repave pretty much the whole surrounding of the facility itself. In other words, clean it up of the pavement. And the cost estimate, opinion of probable cost based on COK to renovate and to do a brand new building, you're looking at about $5 million. And by the time you put all the new equipment, new office desk and furniture, and do some testing for engineering and also for the architect, you're looking about a total of $7 million total.
7?
Yes, sir.
Juan?
And then, and real quick, I know we had talked about the previous work the work that we're going to be doing right now as part of I'm going to call it the semi-renovations of the facility, where we're going in there and we're going to be doing the ceiling grids, new painting, new flooring, new lighting. I think right now, if I can say the number, I think we're totaling up to about $46,000 and doing and kind of
the ceilings.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I think what we're looking also on the existing facilities, replacing some awnings, some additional costs. We're looking at also, doing some paving work. We're on the back end of the building so that when they're driving up, you don't have some potholes, and clean it up, and also do the parking lot right there in the front, make it ADA, and make sure that we're meeting those requirements. And that's not including that 46K. And then we're also cleaning up the fence and the gate operator. We're going to also include that as part. Commissioner, I know that wasn't part of the last items that were discussed the last time, but we're also going to go in there and replace the swipe cards. Those are already all deteriorated. And then also the fencing in the back that's already leaning. We're going to go in there and start fixing that up and re-stretch the wire. And then also the landscaping. We're going to go in there and take out the rock that's all around the building, put in some irrigation, and put in some new grass and some landscaping to kind of clean it up a little bit. I think, and if you look at the total cost of that, you're probably going to be looking under 100K total.
So the first 46,000 we've already approved.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you're asking for the additional 46,000 today? Or, I mean, not 46, but to whatever it is, the delta of all of the other items.
I would say total about 100K.
Total about 100. So,
Total. Or less. I mean, it depends.
and have you had the opportunity to check with Dale or Teresa to see where those additional, let's just call it 50,000, could come from?
Not yet, Judge. We're working on.
Yeah.
We haven't.
You know,
We kind of went out there and walked
Okay.
around and determined, what we can do in order to
Right.
to get it up to
So Dale, do you have a source that you could, I know I'm putting you on the spot here, but basically it'd be another 50,000. We've already approved 50,000. Is there another opportunity here for this 50 that Juan is mentioning for these infrastructure improvements?
There are improvements that normally it would come out of 1570, which is your building superintendent funds for your building maintenance and repair services, but last time it was, that one's getting very short of funds for this fiscal year. So other funds, we'd have to probably find them, and 1570 is a general fund.
Mm-hmm. Would you be willing to, we could again look, at least give us the opportunity, since we didn't know what the dollar amount was till right now, give us a chance to find those extra 50,000 so you could put it on an agenda item next court for approval.
And Judge, if I can recommend, I know Dale said that we're getting low on some of our building funds, but if I can use our building funds, we'll take care of the additional 50,000.
Okay, all right, that seems like a fair deal. So I'll make the motion to.
And just to keep the process going.
Right. My only concern here is that I didn't get to hear you, or you're going to kind of do most of this work all in-house?
We're doing some of it in-house, Judge, where some of it's going to be done by contractors.
Contract.
Yes, because that way we can get the project a lot. Our guys are busy right now, so we're going to try and get all of this done by contractors.
By contractors.
Yes, ma'am.
There might be a little bit of split because I was hearing that there's some repair of the roads and stuff, so that's a different key
Fund.
code. It's repair and maintenance of buildings and grounds, and the other one's of equipment. So there are different codes we have to follow. So.
Right, and I don't think this is a problem, but one of my questions is so we own the building, but we don't own the land. So I think that, I'm certain they would be happy for the upgrade, but would you also please coordinate with the hospital district?
Yes, ma'am.
Because they own the land, and they would need to be consulted in all of this efforts. But as far as the total $100,000, which is really just 50, because the court already appropriated the 50 last court, how about if we make the motion that we approve of the work, subject to a little bit of refinement of how these dollars will come, and you could report on that next time.
Yes, ma'am. I'll coordinate with Dale and also with the hospital district just to make sure.
So that's my motion. Do you have is there a second?
Second.
Second.
And also the hospital district knows, I already met with Johnny Hip, and, he's got everything that we have, so they're going to look at it.
Okay, well, at any rate, Johnny's not the board.
I know,
The board needs to be, it needs to be an agenda item.
All the time.
It needs to be an agenda item, and we don't.
We understand, he knows that.
Right, we do projects jointly.
He knows that. He knows
And so all those in favor signify by saying aye. Okay, so the motion, Commissioner, is last court, we approved $50,000 for what I would call the ambiance pieces, the paint, the carpet, the ceiling tiles, the flooring. Now, this motion is to do these additional infrastructure pieces that would include irrigation, paving, awnings, landscape, cleaning of the fence. Juan, what else did I miss?
The card readers.
The card reader.
I'm sorry, and the funding source was?
Juan is going to work on he's going to do a little, probably a parceling of both the road fund for the pavement and the building maintenance for the building.
I'm good, thank you.
All right, and I've got the motion, and Gonzalez has the second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Good, thank you.
Thank you,
Okay.
Juan. Appreciate it.
All right, and then the next, I'm actually going to ask the court to recognize that at 1 o'clock, we have a scheduled interview, and this is a good time to take a ladies' break, a bathroom break for everybody. And so it is 12:57. By the way, that particular item is noticed. Give me just a second to find it. Where is it? In executive only? Okay. So I'm going to have to go into executive session. So let me do all that right now. It's 12:57 p.m. For the record, and I'm giving notice that Commissioners Court's going to go into executive session to discuss matters listed on the agenda when authorized by provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code.
So, Judge, are we doing all the executive session?
I was just going to do the PIO.
And then come back
Well, I
out?
mean, I'll take y'all's consideration. I'm going to go into executive
Asking.
session.
I'm just asking.
Well,
So that
I'm
people know.
open to both. I just want to make sure that I give the magic words. And then we could have our pick.
Yeah, I mean, just so that everybody kind of knows what to expect. So I'm fine with just doing the PIO and coming back out. I just want to let the audience and the people know that how long we might be in there. That was all I was trying to gather. Get
Got it.
for that.
Got it.
How
Well,
many PIO were you interviewing?
Just one.
but if we're all together, we may as well just do executive session, don't you think?
Either way, I'm just.
I think we should.
I'm fine with it.
I think we should. We have to come back in and out.
Okay.
All right. And so, again, just so you guys know, I've given public notice that we're going to go into executive session. We're authorized to do so, as I said, under the Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, and also in accordance with the authority of the government codes that are listed in the different sections that I'll list now for you: 551, 071, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 86, and 87. We'll hold an executive session to consult with attorneys, including matters related to litigation, real property, gifts, personnel matters, termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, economic development negotiations, and other matters that may be discussed in executive session. Upon completion, we can take any item up in open session that is deemed appropriate on items discussed in executive session. And again, I think I mentioned it, but it's 12:59 p.m. So we are gavelled out. We're going to ask everyone to clear the courtroom that doesn't need back on the record, if it's okay, Kara, at 4:47 PM. And so what we've got here is we're just coming out of executive session. And I'm going to kind of call them in, I'll try to do it in some semblance of order, although there's some tables as well. There's a motion to table item C and D at this time. Is there a second?
I'm sorry, Judge, I couldn't hear you.
Okay, item C and D at this time on executive session, and they correspond, Kara, with agenda items 11 and 12. So the motion is to table at this time until,
And probably 13 also.
and 13.
They're all kind of related.
They're all kind of related.
And just, yeah.
Any table.
And so we'll table those.
11, 12, and 13.
Mm-hmm.
And just for the record, because there's no availability of the person related to that item to be here
That's
today.
correct.
That the motion table.
Yeah.
Till the 25th. Due to the, yeah. Correct. And is there a second? I don't know if I heard it.
I don't know who made it. Yeah. I don't-
There was. All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, there's an action on case number 221 CV 210, George Martinez versus Nueces County. And is there a motion regarding the settlement demand?
Motion to reject?
All right, I'll second. And to allow the county attorney to continue, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Were you going to table 14 also? Or we're going to
Yes, I'm going to do a table to item number 14, which was also brought into executive session, Kara.
Motion to table?
And I'll second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. No, till the 25th.
Sorry.
Sorry. And so if we're kind of, hold on, let me just cross off these. So
16.
back on regular agenda, Kara, I'll come right back over there, but on regular agenda, that takes care of 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16, because 16 was the George Martinez.
Right.
Okay, just to kind of, for clarity. You with me? Okay, that clears our regular agenda. Now I'm going to go back into executive session and tell you that there is also, well, hold on. It's the next one. It's, we can take it up when we get to human resources, or we can do it now
Number E,
on the PIO.
PIO.
That's under human resources. You want to, let's just wait, I guess, till we get there?
We didn't decide.
We have to decide, we have to vote.
No, we didn't.
Well, I know, but I'm saying there's an actual agenda item, F1. You want to do it when we get to F1?
Sure.
All right, so let's move to grants. There's no other action, by the way, that I see. Did I miss
What
one?
about 7? Were you going to
Oh, 7.
bring
Oh,
back 7 or no?
That's right, that's right. Hold on. We've got 7. 7 is that, well, we said that the directive is to bring back on the 25th or as soon as possible, sort of the pros and cons, if you will, of a mitigation policy for Nueces County, outlining
And also you're gonna put them in writing, this is litigation.
right, but he's going to submit that to the county attorney. Okay. And so it's not really it's just he's going to bring it back to us on the 25th. Or whenever the county attorney's ready to notice it again. I think I'd prefer that.
Thank you.
Okay. And then with that, we are going to move to grants. And there is an approval of amendment number 1 with the Texas Water Development Board relating to the master plan drainage study. And this is a request from the Texas Water Development Board to amend by this amendment to clean up something in the original contract document, which was the language on geographic identity for DD2. They had included the city of Driscoll inside DD2, and that's not correct. And there was also
Well, it
some.
was correct. It was supposed to be, but we took them out. Somebody took them out. I mean, but the original one was included them, so.
Well, this is a request by the Water Development Board, and in order for the contractors to get going and get paid, all we're doing is the ministerial act. What happens is that all state agencies use DocuSign, so in order to create the amendment.
So are you going to eliminate Driscoll
No,
completely?
no, there's no elimination. It's just making certain that the geographic restriction is included inside the amendment. It's to help, and it's the request of Water Development Board, and they provided the information to Public Works and to us, and again, it's very important that we clean it up so that the people can get started on their contracts. I mean, it's ministerial at best. It's, all it is them asking us to correct it.
Okay, they're the ones requesting.
They are
from us?
requesting it,
Or
absolutely.
We're requesting it from them.
They are requesting it. They said they made an error in the DocuSign version, and therefore, in order to send us a new DocuSign, they need us to acknowledge that they're going to send us a new DocuSign. That's what this amendment number 1 does. And it's outlined in the backup documentation. So I'll make the motion to get this to Water Development Board. And of course, once we sign it, you'll get another copy of it. It'll probably be an agenda item as final execution. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, on Public Works, you are up, Juan, with TxDOT regarding a resolution to approve advance funding for the HSIP program and the projects that were awarded to Nueces County.
That's correct, Judge. This is just an advance funding agreement between the county and Nueces County and TxDOT. These are for projects to put some advanced warning signs in some of our county roads. And this is a grant money that was, I think it was last year, that was provided to the county for this purpose. So we're recommending the approval of the advanced funding agreement.
Okay, and also, it's the second part, you're also asking us to recommend, to authorize the recommendation of bidding of these projects.
That's correct. That's correct, Judge. We're recommending them for bidding the project, and the bidding process is handled by TxDOT.
Correct. So it's a two-phased motion, and I'll make the motion to do both, to enter into the advanced funding agreement with TxDOT and to authorize the recommendation of the bidding process. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, if you'll recall earlier, D1 was placed into consent, so we've already terminated that item. And then we'll move on to the E items. They're all Dale from, oh no, we got, I'm sorry, HR left. But Dale, take us through.
I want to table E1.
All right, there's a motion to table E1. Is there a second?
Second.
I'm sorry, Commissioner.
I haven't had time.
This
to
is the
review.
third time you received this.
The third time?
Yes.
Well, I haven't had time to go through it, Dale.
The last 3 courts, we provided this to you.
Well, I'm sorry.
It's the third time we've been tabled.
I think the issue for Dale is that he's trying to close out his fiscal year
Right,
of
close out
21.
Fiscal year, we're just trying to get this approved. This is the third time it's been tabled, and this is the third time I provided this to you.
Well, sorry, there's some bills here that I have questions.
Okay, well,
Okay, so
there is a table. There's a motion. I have to recognize the motion. Is there a second?
second.
And
Okay, and
then I'd asked, I think, Dale on that about the food and pulling all that out.
All that information's there.
Out?
It's all there.
No.
Separately.
How can I vote on it separately? That's what I
For
had
this,
asked.
these are all credit card transactions. These transactions have already been done. Most of the information you've been requesting for was discussed about 5 courts ago when we had this issue come before the media.
I get that. I'm saying, I've reviewed it. I'm not making that same discussion, but I'm saying.
and also, this is a report.
The transactions already, they've already been paid.
You're not voting on the transaction. That's already occurred. This is just the report.
But we're approving it, and I have some issues with some of the food charges. So
I know, but
did-
you're just approving the
talking to Dale,
the
and
discussion of the report.
I think I sent you an email, Dale, and said something and I go back and pull it and said something effective. How do I vote differently on the food issues that I have, that I don't think we ought to be buying food with taxpayer dollars?
But you did that already. This is not the approval of the thing. This is the report that showcases what the report is. You can't, why would you vote against the veracity of the report? The transaction occurred, you already registered your vote on the transaction. This says, this report is accurate.
This is the second report you're giving us, Dale?
The third.
Third time I've given it to you.
I mean, as far as the food report, it's
Yes.
second?
Third time.
Is it second?
It's the third time I'm giving you this report for this month.
The financial or for the food?
The financial, it includes the food. All this is the report for the items you were asking for, the one transaction, and then this is the breakdown of all the transactions of who has a P card, and then I ran the transaction for all food transactions for last fiscal year and current fiscal year.
Yeah, and to be clear, what you object to, Commissioner Chesney, so that we can clear, you object to FEMA Public Assistance, which is a federal funded program. You object to that taxpayer dollars being funding these foods, because it's not Nueces County taxpayer through their ad valorem. It's our federal funds that are being used to pay for these foods for the volunteers.
I'm trying not to get into another battle.
I know, but I'm just trying to make sure, because it's kind of misleading when you say the taxpayer, the Nueces County taxpayer is not paying for this food. FEMA Public Assistance pays 100% for food that was provided for vaccinations.
That's still taxpayer dollars.
Well, it is,
You
but
can clear up as
again,
to who-
complain to your congressman, because the Nueces County taxpayer, okay, the FEMA allows for it, and FEMA 100% provided for it, and that transaction, you've registered your vote. This is the financial report that accurately reflects what happened in the month of September. I mean, abstain if you don't want to approve the monthly financial, but I agree that it's kind of silly to not approve that which is real. I mean, this is the actual report that our auditor is presenting to us.
That's fine, I'll abstain.
Okay. Well, sorry, but I think he had a table, so I got to go back. Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, opposed, no.
What was the motion?
He wants to table this report again.
Table. And
Like bring it back next week or 2 weeks from now,
2 weeks.
so he can have time to review it.
And these are only, I'm sorry, I just want to be part of the discussion before voting. So this is just to clarify what's been spent, but I guess the objection, if anyone can help me better understand, is to just because it was spent the way that it was, and this is more, I guess, a policy reason not to support it, or
I'm just giving him time to do it. I mean, the report's, no offense, but the report's late anyway. It was September from 21. We didn't get the first report till April, so it's behind and coming anyway. He wants more time to read it. I'm just giving him more time to read it, and I'm just going to abstain later because of now. And I do have a question too, though, but I don't want to interrupt John. Has FEMA reimbursed all this food money?
We're still working on it.
So that hasn't been reimbursed yet.
But it's already been approved. We have a letter of approval, FEMA PA for vaccinations, and it's already been submitted. It's pending in the portal.
Can we have a copy of it?
Yeah, I was going to ask.
So Dale, has it been reimbursed as
No, because that process is a process that's in the pipeline, but it has been already. Everything gets pre-vetted for eligibility. You don't even get to submit unless they permit you to submit.
Okay,
I mean, that's how.
You just said it was reimbursed. I had not.
I said
been
it's
informed that
reimbursable by
right, but
FEMA.
You said it had already been reimbursed.
Well, some has been reimbursed and some has not yet because it's in the portal.
Just clearing it up. So not all of it's been reimbursed.
Again, there's confusion here. This is a report that accurately reflects what our expenditures are. That's all this report is. And if you want more time, then that's the table. That's the motion.
So let me ask for legal clarification. What if we do not accept this report? What does that mean? And say ultimately, in our next meeting, we finally get to vote on it, and we say a majority of the court votes against it. What does that mean for us? What does that do?
That's a new question I can look into for you. I'm happy to.
Can you, please, if we can maybe get it before then, just curious more than anything, because I mean, I hear the concern. We've had it brought up before, and so I understand that, but my worry is, if it's a policy decision, then we need to change the policy on what's allowed to be purchased with the P card. But if it's already done and it falls within our policy, then to me, it seems like it's just, we need to just accept it. So that would be, I'm trying to take a little bit more practical approach to it. Is, I mean, I hear the concern, but if it's done, it's done, right? I mean, we can't undo the charges. I mean, we're going to be obligated to pay, or we already have at this point. Is that correct, Dale?
That's correct.
Okay, so, I mean.
Yeah, how do we know it's in the portal?
You have to ask Grants. Grants submits the payments through the FEMA PA. It's the grant application.
Do they get something in writing from them?
It's in our grant portals.
I like to have a copy of whatever it is.
And I have to ask Dale, because I mean, you're usually pretty calm, cool, and collected, but how often aren't these reports supposed to be due quicker than we're getting them?
We try to get the balances because as we get towards the end of the year, if we go to the next reports, we can't give you balance sheet information, and that's the most important information we can provide to you. We're working on revising this report so we can get it to you on a monthly basis as required. But as we said before, when the information we provide you won't be very accurate.
Right. I'm just saying, my understanding is that we're supposed to get these reports a little quicker than we're getting them, since we didn't really get
And we
this.
will, because we're going to start giving you to very quickly. But again, the information won't be very accurate.
So respectfully, I mean, it was behind, we didn't get it until, I'm going to say April, and it's a September of 21 report. So if Commissioner Hernandez needs a little more time, I think it's inappropriate for you to get real upset at him, since we're waiting patiently and not getting upset at you when we're not getting the reports until 6 months after the end of the day. So I mean, let's be fair here, guys. I mean, it may just be a report, but people still, when you vote on a report, that means you're voting to approve a report. And if one commissioner hadn't had a time to look at it, with the thousands and thousands and thousands of pages of stuff we get, I've got no problem letting him look at that and having the time to do that. Just like I don't get on Dale for the fact that, this September 21 report should have been gotten to us a lot sooner than it did either. So I mean, I think we just need to move on and everybody calm down and let's go home.
I'll drink to that.
Irony.
You've already voted. You've already voted.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks. Discuss and consider postage as an addition to vendor payments exception list not requiring Commissioners Court pre-approval. So this is part of our laundry list. Dale, you'd like to have postage. I'll make the motion to include postage.
Yes, the only reason, because some of the time we had last time with some large jury going out and some other stuff, it required us to do a very large postage balance, and a lot of time we have a lot of advanced notices, and not a particular issue, but sometimes we have to have it right away. And our postage machine requirement, they require a check almost immediately before they'll give you anything.
Got it. Okay. So I've got the motion for postage to be included. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Now we've got a budget change order. It's number 11.
Judge, I would just make a motion that we extend the meeting until 5:30.
Is it after 5?
It is, ma'am.
I'll take this as a second to 5:30. Is all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Go to 5:30 p.m. for the record. Go ahead on budget change order number 11. We are almost done.
Number 11, and this is a very small one where there's only two departments that are requiring some changes. Department 1900 and Department 180. 1900 is because we started getting some of our new leased equipment. We didn't have the equipment to go inside this, and we needed some different repairs and maintenance. We're moving the balances around to cover the cost. It is a little high, but as you know, sometimes we get a lot of our cars in quickly for our leases, and the equipment going in there is very expensive, and we'll make sure that's appropriately budgeted next year. For coastal parks, we have a little bit of expenses going back between the two areas, whether I.B. McGee and Potty Bali, and they needed a little more travel expenses related to that expense. The funds are available there in professional services. This is the information they provided to me. I reviewed the information. It appears appropriate. I provided budget change order number 11 for your acceptance and approval.
Okay, I motion to approve order number 11. Is there a second?
Second.
All those favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, now we've got 12.
On budget change number 12, there's a couple of large items for juvenile. They have a lot of overtime because they have several vacancies similar to our jail. They need to cover some of their costs. They do have some savings in their salaries regulars to cover these overages. And we have a small little travel expenses for our mechanical maintenance, and we're moving that from Department 1570. The funds are available for these requests. We have reviewed these, and they are appropriate, and we submit budget change number 12 for your acceptance and approval.
And I motion to accept. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then the capital project budget change order is next. It's number 108.
Most of these are just adding the the balances we have to create the project codes to be able to track the expenses going into our injury savings that we currently have with ABM. Those are all the new projects that are coming from the 1924 unallocated funds that we have. The other balances are in 1925, which is our 2021 COs. The only thing new is our Packard maintenance yards fuel tanks that we just had as new. These are balances that are available for what we're asking for, and I submit project change order number 108 for your acceptance and approval.
All right, I'll move the acceptance of project change order number 108. It's a capital project change order. Is there a second?
Whose capital project was that?
Which ones?
What capital project was that?
We just did that one. That was the
Packard maintenance
108.
is on 21 COs. It's the fuel tanks we were mentioning earlier. The additional fuel tank does need to be replaced or repaired, so that we're adding a new one there. And the judge authorized the transfer of her funds.
The fuel tanks?
Yeah, the fuel tanks. Yeah.
All right, so that's 108. I think I've got the motion on the floor, and I'm looking for the second. Yes? Quiet. They're getting quiet on me. I heard it. I'm not sure where, but I heard it.
I second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, the next one has to do with the retention supplemental pay, and this is new verbiage, so we want to make sure we understand it.
We just want to make sure we went through all of our payroll processing that we needed to have. We made sure our software was working correctly. We want to begin the retainage supplemental pay for our individuals under our collective bargaining agreements, as well as our cadets. This is 20%, and it's based on their hourly it's a set amount based on their pay. It's not based on hours. There's no requirements for the rules for the premium pay. This is a supplemental retention pay. We're ready to begin. It'll start on the 16th, which is the May 16th, and they should receive the first check on the 27th, and they should receive a check thereafter every pay period.
Got it.
Every pay
Okay,
period.
so this is really just,
This is
do you
considered
need us,
supplemental pay.
you need us to go ahead and
I
make
just
that
want you
motion?
to
or-
accept that we're actually.
Accept it.
We've got the process done, and we're ready to begin, and we're ready to start.
I'm
All
sorry,
right.
but how long is this going to be?
It's going to be through this fiscal year, next fiscal year, because y'all decide on 2 years.
So I'll go ahead and make the motion to accept the retention
Hold on,
supplemental
hold on,
pay.
Well, we haven't decided on 2 years yet.
Yeah, you did.
Yes, we did,
We
last
did?
court.
We did?
Mhm.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and make I'll make the motion to accept the retention supplemental pay of 20% for Nueces County law enforcement employees within the collective bargaining agreement, including cadets.
To increase it, is that what you're saying, Judge?
No, it's just sort of the acceptance of the actual program
It's,
that he's already, that
Same
he's
as
just
the
outlined.
procedures. We're now able to pay it as a supplemental pay through payroll.
additional 20%?
That's
No.
the 20% of the retention.
It's the same thing we did, he's just talking about the process, like how he's going to do it. He's going to pay it every paycheck.
We changed it from premium pay to retention pay, and because the retention pay is a set amount, there's no hourly charge to it. We're able to actually pay it through payroll every pay period.
I thought we increased the amount.
No, we said 20.
It's 20% for two
Because
fiscal years.
the total amount's 40% is 20% every
Okay.
2 years, for the 2
Right.
years.
That's the 40.
Yeah,
Well, that's
and
how
what,
we-
and so he's
Right,
just
right,
asking
right,
us
right.
to accept it. And so
Right,
now
right.
start calling it what it is, which is retention.
Second, if it hadn't been second.
It was by Modis. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Are there any approval of payments that need to be discussed with the public health?
Just some routine expenses, getting the final expenses from our health department for a little bit of salary, no overtime, and some general operating expenses. These are routine in nature.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion? Okay, I heard it twice, so I'll take that motion in a second. And the only discussion I have is that, do you remember when we did the transfer, there was vacancies? And I'm just curious if there's still vacancies, or if those are 100% filled. Do we know?
That we'll have to ask the city.
Okay, Jenny, I'm just looking for that information. There were
We have not received any billing for the city county health or 1115 waiver or any payment authorization for them to pay premium pay to the employees that were transferred.
Understood. And the follow-up to that is that I do want to make certain that you remember there was that sick leave and vacation leave that we paid. Say it again?
We did pay that out.
And we paid that out, and we plan to seek reimbursement from the hospital district?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor, again, of the approval of the payments that were just mentioned and are listed in item number 7 through February 2022, signify by saying aye, your approval. The motion is for the approval.
Aye.
I got a motion in a second, right? Yeah. So we're all ayes on that one.
Aye.
Okay. And so now we have 2 items to discuss with Julie. She's here. One of them is the selection of the applicant to fill the position of PIO. And the second one is, has to do with, I'm guessing, I'm not sure. Usually we don't downgrade, we upgrade, but you can explain that. And, but the first one is the the selection of applicant to fill the position of PIO.
We'll wait till John's back, Judge.
Yes, that's fine. Can we go on to the district attorney felony chief position? It's pay group 43 to 41.
They were just doing some reorganization and wanted to bring a position down that they felt was not paid correctly, and so we're just correcting that.
And this request comes from the district attorney?
Yes, from Angelica Hernandez. Well, from the DA's office, but yes, Angelica Hernandez, I believe, put this on here and was requesting that.
Well, you know, it seems like we're always asked to make certain those salaries are strong salaries, and we've done such hard and good work getting it to 43. Again, why are they doing that? I don't understand that.
If you'd like to hear from her, I mean, we can
I don't understand why we're taking the salary down for felony prosecutors when
Probably
we just put them up.
Putting it somewhere else, maybe?
Do you know what they're doing with it, or? The backup was, hold on, let me see, F2.
Judge, they're not losing, we're not losing, so what's the goal?
The big deal is that they came in here in force, a tour de force, asking for better pay, and I'm uncomfortable with lowering any lawyer's pay
I move to approve it.
with the backlog.
I move to approve it anyway.
And also, it says there'll be salary receivers. All right, well, I hope they don't come back and ask for the salary increase, because they certainly asked for that the last
There's a
time.
mistake or something, they just listed the wrong salary.
Are all felonies, is this consistent with their other felony prosecutors?
Yes, that's
Okay,
correct.
well, then maybe that's the answer.
To answer Commissioner Gonzalez, I don't believe it's a mistake as to what was posted here. I didn't put this agenda on there. The DA's office put it on there, but I believe that is correct.
No, I didn't say you made the mistake.
No, I'm just letting you know that that is correct the way they wanted it.
All right,
I
so
would say
you're
subject
making
to-
the motion, and you're making,
Subject to verification, this is what they want. I mean,
yeah, if that's what they want.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure we're not doing it. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. It was ayes. The motion was Gonzalez.
And I second it.
And he seconded it. And then the last human resource item, before we go into closing for the day and into adjournments, is to discuss and consider the selection of the applicant to fill the position of PIO. And I'll just tee it up by saying that we've had multiple weeks where we've had different interviews. We had excellent candidates across the board. And this position has been budgeted, I think, for a year and a half, and we're excited about having this office filled, and all the good work that can be messaged, all the good work that happens in Nueces County, throughout Nueces County, and throughout all the precincts.
I'd like to move elect Tyler Thornton. That's my motion.
Second.
I think his name is Thorson.
Thorson. Thorson.
Tyler Thorson.
Yes, ma'am.
There's a motion and a second to select Tyler Thorson and as the candidate to fill the PIO position. And he seconded it. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, opposed, same sign. All right, we're going to move to adjournments in memory.
Thank you.
You'll let Mr. Thorson know. Make sure he accepts it's obviously conditioned upon him accepting the position, right? And so we'll move to adjournments in memory, and I'll call upon Commissioner Valls at this time. I'm so sorry. I'm thinking about Mr. Valls. Commissioner Modis.
Sure. Thank you, Judge. I want to share passing of Luis A. Valls. He was raised in Alice, served in World War II, served in the Pacific Theater during World War II on the USS Jack Wilkie. Has also served in the Korean War. He relocated to Corpus Christi after the Navy service, and where he became one of the first Mexican Americans to join the Corpus Christi Fire Department. He served there for 29 years and was one of the first to serve ambulance calls for the newly formed EMT ambulance program. He married Olga Peña in 1958 in Alice. They were happily married for 64 years before her passing just 3 weeks prior to his passing. Mr. Valls was a proud member of the DAV, Veterans of Foreign Wars, Pan American Gulf, and a loyal parishioner of Our Lady of Perpetual Help Catholic Church for over 60 years. He is survived by his sons, Robert, Richard, John, and Rondi Valls, his sister, Bessie, brother, Andy Valls, and grandchildren and great-grandchildren. He was preceded in death by his parents, his beloved wife, and a brother who was killed in action during World War II, also by 2 sisters and 3 additional brothers. His rosary service will be held this evening at the Angeles Funeral Home, and he will be buried tomorrow at the Coastal Bend Veterans Cemetery. And so, in lieu of flowers, the family asks for donations being made to Catholic Charities of Corpus Christi. My condolences to the Valls family. Thank you.
Do any other commissioners have any adjournments?
I just want to say a little bit on Mr. Valls also, that Mr. Valls probably right now is have a big smile on his face, and now he's really enjoying his partner, his wife that passed 3 weeks ago. So now they're together, and they really like to go gambling in Coachella, and they used to love to ride the bus over there, and so he will be missed. And he was very active in the community and always willing to help people out. So my condolences to the Valls family, John particularly, and his family. So our prayers and condolences.
Do you have any adjournments of your own?
No, ma'am.
Do you have any adjournments?
No, ma'am.
And Chesney, Commissioner Chesney, do you have any? Okay, I just have one. I'm also passing these down to you all as well that need to be done before you leave. So I've held on to this one because the last courts were either too long and we were racing out, or too short, and I didn't feel like it was fitting for such a great public servant. Agustin Gus Leija Rivera was 81, and he was surrounded by his family and their love when he passed away peacefully on April the 11th. He began an extraordinary life in 1940 on October the 2nd in the humblest of settings, a barn just north of Port Lavaca. His father, Enrique Cortés Rivera, took the family to West Texas to pick cotton, but left his mother, Rafaela Leija Rivera, who was pregnant and soon due, at Uncle's farm where he was born. Early life was challenging as the family survived by working in the fields of South Texas, doing seasonal farm work and moving farm to farm. His mother bore 11 children, but 3 did not survive birth. Eventually, the family moved into the big city of Driscoll, and from the day Gus was old enough to work into the fields, Until his passing, there was never a day that he was not working. Despite growing up with limited resources, there was always good food to eat and brothers and sisters and cousins and friends who loved to laugh and have fun. The bonds and love of family and dear friendships remained strong for Gus and terrifically charismatic throughout his life. He could instantly befriend a stranger, and he always, without exception, put family first. Gus attended public schools in Driscoll and loved learning, especially music, and he made friendships that lasted a lifetime. But as a student in a segregated school system, he was acutely aware of the systemic discrimination that kept Mexican Americans from educational advancement. Instead of deterring him, however, the experience would shape and motivate him throughout his life to always work and fight if necessary to make things better, to never settle for less, and to never accept being told something couldn't be done, and to never give up. There's so many beautiful things here. I'm going to move to some of the pieces that bring us to his life here in Nueces County. Gus was deeply committed to community service throughout his life, and while living in Driscoll, he made a lasting impact as a longtime Little League baseball and basketball coach, Cub Master and Scoutmaster. He served as president of the St. James Catholic Church Men's Club, Bishop Driscoll Little League, Driscoll PTA, Driscoll School Board, and decades later, many of the players Gus coached in baseball still reverently called him Coach when seeing him in public. As part of the lifelong drive to always improve himself, he enrolled and graduated from Del Mar College Police Science and Criminal Justice Program. He became a certified law enforcement officer and served as deputy constable in the Bishop Driscoll area in the early 1980s. This led to the opportunity of a lifetime for Gus when he applied for the court bailiff position with State District Judge Max Bennett of the 319th District Court. Dashing and confident and personable, Gus explained his background during his interview, qualifications, and desire to serve as court bailiff. The judge, who had already made up his mind and 15 minutes into the interview, had only one question for Gus: when can you start? This was the beginning of an exceptional career as court bailiff at the Nueces County Courthouse, where he worked for Judge Bennett for 15 years and forged a special friendship with him that lasted until the very end of his life. After Judge Bennett retired, Gus worked as the bailiff for Judge Ida Purcell of the Title 4D Masters Court and always appreciated that special relationship. He made many friendships with lawyers from across the courthouse and was well regarded by the bar for his exemplary professionalism, genuine collegiality, and uncanny knack for being able to predict a jury verdict. He earned the unofficial moniker of the 13th juror. Over the past 4 years, Gus fought truly a heroic and painful battle with Parkinson's until he couldn't fight anymore. But even at the end, he taught us all the virtue of never giving up and that life's joys are always worth fighting for. A person of faith for his entire life, Gus believed he would ultimately be reunited with his beloved Carolina, but his indomitable spirit kept him from going gentle into that good night, and he raged against the dying of the light. In the end, though, as he began to accept his well-earned rest, he passed with family present, and the words of 2 Timothy 4, verses 6 through 8, and the lyrics of I can see clearly now to guide him home. The family wishes to note their deepest gratitude and love for Esmeralda Rivera, Gus's ever-faithful companion after the passing of his beloved Carolina, devoted grandmother to his grandchildren, steadfast loyalty, extraordinary compassionate efforts in attending to Gus over the past 4 years will never, ever be forgotten. There's so much more to say about Gus Rivera. I'm going to leave this with the court manager in hopes that I can prepare a sort of a formal adjournment so that I might present to the Rivera family in its entirety. Thank you for court today. Thank you for the memory of Mr. Valls and Mr. Rivera. We stand adjourned at 5:26 p.m.